you're live when it worked. Check 1, 2, mic check. Thank you, Aaron. Check 1, 2. Come on, dude. I don't think this is. All right, here we go. Check 1, 2, mic check. Check 1, 2, mic check. Oh yeah, baby, we are live. You guys, are we live right now? I think we're live. You guys can see it, right? All right. Oh yeah, baby. Good morning. Yeah, we're live. Oh, Nito, California saying no. He can't see the stream. He can't see the stream. QQQ. Tesla. We'll talk Tesla today. By QQQ. We'll do Tesla because people are saucy about it. And then what else we do this morning? IWM, look at that one. Let's get ready. Oh, you know what we'll get into this morning? Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? Let's get right into the market brief. We're going to make it really fast here because I am late this morning. So we're going to start this morning with, by the way, good morning. So I'm having some issues this morning, but it's not just myself. I'm actually on a friend's website right now, and it is down. I haven't checked in the past few minutes. And even our website is experiencing some server-side issues this morning. So I want you to know that I'm having troubles logging into the Streamlabs server. And then I'm also having some issues on our website. And there are some other, I don't know if you have any other websites you've tried to check this morning, but there are some other issues out there. I don't know if it's nationwide or just regional or whatever. But I apologize to you for not being here this morning. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to hang out over here. Oh, wait a minute. Give me one quick second here. I'll be right. I'm going to put it on the main screen, guys. Hold on one second. I'm talking to a dev right now.
Jewish official in government said moments ago on the Senate floor that he believes Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has lost his way in the Israeli bombardment of Gaza. It is the most significant criticism made by a U.S. leader since Israel's war with Hamas began last October. A suspected tornado touched down in Kansas last night as severe storms and large hail pelted the region. The National Weather Service is sending out teams this morning to assess the damage, but meteorologists say the suspected twisters thankfully missed populated areas. No injuries have been reported. And the famed British Airways Concorde is returning to its home today at the Intrepid Air Museum. The supersonic aircraft, which holds the record for the fastest transatlantic crossing by a passenger plane, just got a fresh coat of paint and other restoration work in Brooklyn. It will reopen for tours next month. It's amazing that we used to have that doing transatlantic flights, and we haven't been able to reproduce it.
I was thinking that same thing. Yeah, hopefully we can sometime. That would be very convenient for many people that do that back and forth. Bertha, thank you. Well, after the break, Bernstein initiating Robinhood with a buy. Why a, quote, monster of a crypto cycle is fueling that bull thesis. We'll be back in 2. Check out shares of Under Armour today, lower, as founder Kevin Plank returns as CEO. Evercore calls that a clear signal that Under Armour's strategy isn't working, downgrading shares to underperform this morning. Stock is down 65% since Plank's departure at the end of 2019. There have been two CEOs, of course, since Plank was at the helm, so we'll see if he has a new strategy to bring the company that he founded forward.
Meantime, Robinhood jumping this morning after reporting that its assets under custody broke the $100 billion mark for the second consecutive month. Our next guest is extremely bullish on the company's crypto prospects. Initiates with the buy today, price target of 30. That's more than 70% upside. The analyst behind that call joins us this morning. Bernstein's Gautam Chugani. Gautam, it's great to have you. It's taken a couple of years to get from 7 to 18. What needs to change to get to 30?
Yeah, so I think obviously the last 2 years were pretty challenging. They were kind of dealing with the active traders receding and sort of focused more on the asset side, which is why you're seeing the asset side of the business pick up. The interest revenues have kind of become almost more than 50%. I think what we expect now is more a risk-on side of the market to kind of turn on, and I think crypto is going to play a big part of that. We obviously expect the crypto market to triple from here, go to almost $7.5 trillion in terms of total market cap. And given, obviously, Robinhood is among the few brokers who provide a full suite crypto platform, we expect that the flexibility to kind of kick in with its sort of crypto revenues inflecting almost 9 times. So, yes, it's been 2 years, I think, of fairly challenging period, given, we went through a fairly 20-fold hike in the rates and the overall risk environment was very different. Going forward, we think crypto is going to lead that charge in terms of its transaction revenues inflecting. And I think that's what takes it further from here.
So it sounds like from an asset deployment perspective, equities up 41 is pretty nice year on year, but crypto is something entirely new. I mean, we should just back up and talk about that $7.5 trillion number that you see. That's almost a triple, right?
Yeah, so I think, where we are, we obviously got the big ETF launch on Jan 10th. This has been the most successful ETF ever. Almost 4% of total Bitcoin supply is now under Bitcoin ETFs. We're having record days every day. This is, as I said, by far the most successful ETF launch ever. I don't think it just stops there, right? I think the way these asset managers are seeing is they're seeing a full global digital asset management build out, right? So I think we get onto the Ethereum ETF soon. We can't exactly predict when that's going to happen. Obviously, everyone's looking at the May 23rd date, but we do think we get an Ethereum ETF this cycle. And then I think it kind of goes on to more interesting things like, broader active products, multi-token products, and so on and so forth. So what we project here is something like what is a $50 to $60 billion asset management industry going to $650 billion, which is why you're seeing the likes of BlackRock and Fidelity snooping in, focusing here in terms of it being a fairly strategic priority. And I think that's what takes us to that 7.5 trillion number from where we are today.
What about some of the other broker platforms? I mean, couldn't they also be poised to benefit if we do see crypto go to $7.5 trillion as a market cap, in your estimation?
Yeah, but, I think it's also about being ready, right? So I think Robinhood has been fairly disruptive in the fact that they've kind of continued with its crypto platform through a very tough time. I think there were many broker platforms who were interested but have not really executed on those plans. Also, the fact that, Robinhood's customers are, 11 million active customers. They're active traders. They are young. They're self-directed. They trade equity options, which is their bread and butter. So the propensity for that kind of customer base to trade crypto is fairly high because, it kind of suits the demographic. It's a fairly young trader base there. I don't think the other broker platforms have that, apart from the fact that they don't have the product, which is what Robinhood offers.
As for just general retail stock activity, I wonder what do you think the engine is right now that's driving participation in equities? Is it about sort of playing with recent gains? Is it house money effect, or are people sort of using excess savings that's left over, or just the security of knowing that the job market's good?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a very strong perspective from a macro standpoint, but obviously the tech stocks have been pretty strong. They've been kind of offering the volatility, which is important for the options product. So I think tech and momentum in general has done well on the equity side, and then crypto is starting to inflect. So it kind of suits this customer base, which wants that volatility, which wants to trade options, which wants to trade crypto. And I think that's the kind of risk-on perspective we're seeing in the market recently.
Finally, the trajectory of fees. I mean, obviously, a lot of the flows that are being driven by ETFs are amid fierce competition to lower fees. When does the environment change to when you can start charging a little bit more for better service, let's say?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ETF fees are what they are. This is what is happening between the global asset managers. I think in general, the fees there would be suppressed. On the crypto side, obviously, you can charge more. I mean, people want to trade tokens, you can charge them 35 basis points, which is what Robinhood charges them. But ETFs, obviously, I think is challenging. Obviously, you have a scale effect, the big four or the big five doing better than the remaining. But yes, it's going to be fairly competitive. I think, as I said, this is not just going to stop at Bitcoin. I think it's going to extend to Ethereum as well. There's a lot out there, right? I mean, if today we are at $2.9 trillion market cap on crypto, even if, part of that actually goes to the ETFs or broader platforms, there's a lot of asset accumulation there. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing a bit of this sort of fee war going on because there's a lot at stake.
Finally, really quick, no chance you think we ever get to the 21 highs, right? The $85 price.
I don't think we have a $30 target price. I wouldn't really say that we are getting into the 2021 markets. I think this market is very healthy. I think this is being driven by institutional flows, at least on the crypto side. So yeah, I mean, I think the prospects of Robinhood becoming an investor favorite again.
All right, good morning. I apologize to you at the moment. Although I still got some stuff I got to do here. All right over there. I think that's right. Good morning. One, is the stream being in, are you guys are getting interruptions, right? I got to tell you guys something right now. I don't believe it's on my side. We're having server issues on our website, and we're having server issues from Streamlabs. And then I have a friend this morning with his own website, and it's completely down. So I think that it's, yeah, good morning. How are y'all doing? I don't think that it's anything that I'm doing or anything that we're doing on our end. So only because there's a third party out there that I'm friends with that his site is down this morning as well. I don't know if you're experiencing it anywhere else in the U.S. I tried to reset my router 3 or 4 times this morning. I have fiber internet, and the response from Streamlabs was that it was server side, not my side. So good morning to all of you out there. Good to see everybody. How are y'all doing, by the way? So let's have a talk here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna look at a few things and do an update on yesterday's stream, and then this morning what's taking place. And the function of what's taking place this morning, I want to get all of you caught up to speed. So the first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to show you guys the post that was on. Well, we'll talk about a bunch of stuff. Give me one quick second. Let me check some stuff here. I want to catch everybody up to speed because I'm sure that some of you are like, I wasn't here yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm sure some of you were here yesterday. And it was a problem because I was on Twitter and I'm like, you had to kind of enter the role yesterday, take the trade down, take the trade up, and then even this morning on the open, you were up today perfectly, and you expected the roll down, not as deep as it went, and that there's a reason for that. We'll talk about that today as well, and there's a reason for that because you need the high volume to come in. We had the high volume come in yesterday at the close, but not the high volume come in on the open this morning. And that impacts, do you open the wall above the ping-ponging effect? Now, any of you that are a subscriber or pro trader have access to all this shit on the website, right? So I'm going to show this to the public. And I'm going to show VolWiz and what he had made, the statements that he had made, and the trades that we took. So if you're in the trades, if you're in all the trades in the beginning, you were fine. And you're fine on the open this morning. You were looking for a dip to buy this morning, either off the hourly trigger or lower or whatever. So we're going to start at square one, though, because I think there's, and then, of course, I'm like on Twitter going, yeah, this and that. And people are like, what the fuck is that guy talking about? Even the post yesterday, when I was like, were you all on the stream? People didn't understand. They're just like, who is he talking to and what does he mean? And then I made another post yesterday saying, get out of the way. You've got no, like, get out of the way. You're going to get run over. And the reason you were going to get run over is because of the volume trade that came in at the bell that we were looking for yesterday as well. So like when we bounced yesterday, we were looking for that volume coming in, and we were looking for that volume again this morning on the open to see if that you would get that continuation. So I'm going to explain the mechanics of the trade right now. We're going to start at square one for anyone that was not here or not on Twitter or wherever. So I have people like, I've been getting blown up, like DMs blowing up, you name it, blown up. Like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, it's not really me. It was explained to me. And we just talked about it yesterday, and it started happening. So we're going to look at that right now. So first off, good morning, everybody. Good to see you. I apologize if you are having any service interruption this morning, either on Discord or on the website, or even here watching me on stream. I apologize. It's not something that's from me, so I apologize to you this morning. So let's get started. I'll give you a second. I'm going to set this up for you so you can. We'll start from square one from yesterday, okay? So number one, and good morning. And dude, guess what? Dude, any of you guys that have been here since the beginning, I don't know if I can tell you who followed that trade from like the roll down, then the up, and then even into the open this morning. It's one of our, I'm not going to say who he is, but if you were a long time follower, one of our favorite people here, right, that we haven't seen in a while, he was in that trade and he did very well. So if he's out there right now, I'm sorry I can't respond anymore this morning, but I love you, man. So hold on one second. We're going to go through all of this right now and have a little chat about it and the implications on today and where we are right now, because this is important for today, where we are, where we're going, where we likely end up at the end of the day, and what the impact is tomorrow as well, and how that trade has been formulated. So give me one quick second here, and we got to talk about that trade. Like, what do we name that trade? And I think VolWiz might have named it, so we're going to go through it and look at it one more time here. So give me one quick second. I got a couple things. Dude, it is so fucking hot in here. Woo! I need to put not air conditioner, a fan on. I have AC in this room, and I built this room, right? And it still doesn't. It can't dispense. Once it's not cold outside, this room is like blasting heat. So I have to put a fan on in this room. Anyways, sorry, that's a side. I'm getting sidetracked at the moment. So, number one, we're gonna look at this right here. We're gonna take a look at this right here. Hold on a second. It's really cool shit, right? This is the part that pisses me off too. It's a 5-leg trade. The first 3 legs have been perfect. The last 2 legs, right? Oh, I got to take this. Dude, this is more server shit. Hold on one second. I'm sorry I have to do this to you. Hold on one second. All right, here I go. Back again. Oh, dude, this is nightmare fuel. This is pure nightmare fuel. All right, let me go back. I bet you everybody's not. I bet you nobody's even here anymore. Well, let's see here. Mute that right there. Mute that right there. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. All right. You getting murdered out here? Okay. Thanks for sticking around. I apologize for the delay once more. Dude, this morning is not going the way that I want it to go. All right. Let's get back to the conversation that I started with you earlier. Give me one quick second. I'll bring this up for you right now. I'm going to go to exactly where we began yesterday. So yesterday in the afternoon, I believe it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:30. I was taking an afternoon break from the stream, and I had said to the show audience, let me come back to you in a minute. I'm going to see if I can have something for you. So the first thing that I did was I contacted Scott. I was like, hey, we're gonna talk to Scott and see if this makes sense to me and if I'm getting this right or wrong. And so he was like, I called him on the phone like 3 times. I'm like, hey man, I want to talk to you. I just want to confirm, make sure that I have this correct. And so he discussed it with me yesterday afternoon, and I wanted to be clear on it, right? So, but then I came back to the show yesterday afternoon, and let me take a look at this right here. Hold on, this is NVDA. Qs. So I want to show you right here. This is where we started yesterday. So gather around again. Gather around again. Oh, wait a minute. I got one more thing I got to bring up. I want to show you guys what I posted on the website last night, right? On my website, or our, not mine, but Trade the Trigger website last night, right? So, let me type 1 second here. I should say Aaron's website. Hold on 1 second here. So I've got, let me see here. Let me go to the dashboard, visit site. Well, come on now. There we go. All right. Why is this not up here? Did I not put the cues on there? Oops, maybe I forgot to put the cues on last night. I think I may have forgot to put the cues on last night. That's how tired I was last night. That's okay. It doesn't matter. So the idea here is this. I get on to I'm going to show it on the bottom, I think. I think the best way to show this is on the bottom so we can keep the price up on the screen. So yesterday at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon, we were wondering where we were headed. Are we going to go up or are we going to go down? There was a lot of questioning of this, right, in yesterday's stream. So we're going to go over here yesterday. We'll leave this up, but just right in here. And it was about what's this 2:30 right here. So I think we started let me go over to this might be the best way to do it. Hold on. So right about here, right? Right about, I think it was like right in here, somewhere in here, like somewhere in here. So just generally speaking, right here. Question was, are we going to be able to break up into the end of the day or into Friday? And we had a nice little consolidation right here, right? We had this. Let's go to white here. Got this. I mean, this looks like a bull flag, right? Everything looks good if you're a traditional trader, anything like that. Not having any of this information over here. You got to remember that there was no information over here, right? That's all there was. So all this was gone. And it's like, hey, are we gonna come down here and break higher or not? Now, David AMS, we're gonna squeeze up, right? I think David AMS at that point was in the Discord saying there's danger here. I think I might be wrong on that. Don't hold me to that, but I think I was reading in the Discord yesterday him saying no, this is bad, danger into the end of the day. Now I didn't know that at the time, but none of us did. So we started talking about this. And I was like, I'm going to come back from a break. And I'm going to show you guys something. on the stream. So took a break, talked to Scott, come back to the stream yesterday, and Scott has a Substack and a newsletter, and him and I are friends. Like we're like close personal friends outside of FinTwit. He's a very smart guy. This guy is like this guy went to like the best schools for finance. He says a lot of our conversations revolve around like a conversation with Andy Constant, or a conversation with any of the people out there that have conversations like Robot James, the what's this guy's name? E-Plurus 666 or 696 or whatever. Like you talk to these guys and they're very smart. These are the guys that run the basement. They're like Bob in the basement. These guys run everything. These guys scour everything. They look for anything that's unusual in the marketplace. Specifically, VolWiz like pays very close attention to the market. And a lot of times we don't know what's going on in the market, right? We assign things. This is for that reason. This is for that reason. All that kind of stuff. And Scott, I'm going to show this to you right now. Scott had noted that he's been saying this for some time now. Hold on. Let's go back to the main screen. And let me move this over, I guess. Maybe I'll just move this over. I'm going to leave it down here below for you, okay? On the downside screen here. And so the reason that, and he's been saying this too, he's been saying this for years actually. Whenever we come into like a VIXpiration or we come into an OPEX, there are some patterns that emerge in those periods. There's a lot of manipulation that can take place into OPEX periods, VIXpiration periods, and a lot of traders are left with traders, investors, they're always scared, right? Even bears. I mean, it's not just bulls. It's bears and bulls. They get scared because you could be in a position, an underlying position. You could be short. You could be a futures trader, a Globex trader, and everything is supposed to operate as normal, yet it does not, right? So you can get trapped and really hurt in these periods. So if you have a quarter and it begins in your first 2 weeks, let's say, of that quarter, you have people that actually have an impact in the market making decisions on investments, on direction of markets, and what they do has sway over a quarter. All right? Now, as we come into the end of that quarter, those same people are looking to take profit off of these quarterly trades. And along the way in that quarter, they also place more trades that accumulate into the end of that quarter. You even know about the JPM collar quarterly, but there's also smaller collars as we move through that quarter. They adjust their plans so that they don't go bankrupt, right? There's hedge funds, there's high net worth individuals, all these people. And it all trickles down to everybody following, to some extent, oftentimes, those perceptions of where we're going to head. So at any rate, he made a note, and he says in this note, he goes, and I know about this stuff that he does. I'm like, he's got something that I read the other day related to OPEX, right? And you guys are always looking for some kind of insight into that, right? Like, what can we get some insight? And is anyone discussing this? And nobody is or was discussing this. I don't see it out there. There's a few people like Jedi knows about it. There's a few other SPX Spaz trader. There's like a group of like 10 guys that know about this stuff, care about this stuff, pay attention to it, watch it closely in the background. So he wrote, lastly, look out. I want you to look at this specific thing right here. And in this note, he wrote, lastly, keep on the lookout period for OPEX Thursday and SPY X Div. It is notorious. Like, it is notorious. And the div capture trades spur demand for SPY Thursday expiration calls. To wrest SPY from unsuspecting overwriters and collect the dividend. From the March 4th note, right? And this is from the March 4th note. He wrote, the last few quarters, this trade has been going bananas. Call volume has exploded. Let me see if I can make this bigger here. So you can, whoop, that's a little bit large, isn't it? Make that a little bit smaller. Last few quarters, this trade has been going bananas. Call volume has exploded and has been driving SPY SPX through the roof on these Thursdays. Here is September. The Fed meeting wasn't during quarterly OPEX week, though, right? And what you can see here is, I'm gonna draw this out for you, okay? So this was in comparison, historically, this was yesterday. Okay, see my little, let me see if I can make this bigger now. Hold on here. Can I make this any bigger? Right there, maybe a little bit more, right there. So you can see this. And so the price action yesterday was very similar, right? We came up, price comes up, we start to grind, and we were like right here. And so I come on the show yesterday and I start explaining this idea. So I'm writing calls for you, right? As a market participant, and we're next div. I sell you 100 calls, and I own the underlying, right? And I'm going to get a dividend for that at the close of Thursday. Now, you see this blasting down action here, right? So we start to discuss yesterday. We're like, well, what if we start selling down into the close? When we're right where we are, I'm like, and that sell down into the close is going to be vicious. So we're talking like, we're going to sell down the close and it's going to be a fucking red bar down. So we're discussing this yesterday. And people started planning for it. Now, I did say to you, don't do this. Don't follow this trade. Of course, everybody did. And so everybody's maxed out on 0-8 puts. And what do? We drop, 30 handles, I think. I think we went straight down 30 handles. We actually drew out 2 targets. We said that, and then people are like, well, where are we going to go? And when does it end? Is it to the bell or not to the bell? And you can see in here that there's a green bar right before the close, right here. A little green bar right here. And there's high volume into this close. Okay? High volume. So, in this high volume, right, you'd expect it to stop before the end of the day. So, let's call it the last hour. It should stop. And let's figure out some targets. So we draw in on the show yesterday. Here's PT1, here's PT2. They're likely going to go all the way down to PT2. And earlier in the day, earlier in the morning or the night before, I was like, well, I'm looking to buy this. Posted that market brief as well. And I'm like, I really want to buy this price down here. And we sat up all day long. And so when we drew those boxes in, one of those boxes was PT2. And PT2 is where I wanted to be a buyer. This is my last known demand. I already know there's volatility in this market. And I already know that if I'm selling extremes and there's a gamma ping pong area, that's where I want to be a buyer. And anything above that, where that top resistance is, I want to be a seller. But also knowing that there's probably somebody out there. I don't know if it's Ackman or Eichen or who it is. I don't know if it's a hedge fund. I don't know if it's a bank doing it. I don't know who it is, but it's somebody fucking huge. And the thesis here is that someone's doing this. So we start to roll down yesterday. And we hit PT1. And then we immediately red barred, giant fucking red bars, straight down and slammed into PT2. I think it was like a handle, maybe above PT2. And it was shocking. It was absolutely shocking. And what's even crazier is as we come down into this, let me see if I can make this bigger here again. Make this a little bit bigger so you can see this. So not only was this bottom bought down here, right? Last 2 bars right here, right? Bam, bam. Not only were we able to close the puts for stupid returns, like we're talking like some like 1,000%, 800%, you name it. Closed them, and then immediately buy calls for expiry today. Now, what happens at that moment? We're buying right here, way down here. This is the Wednesday close, right? And we just start cranking. And you're like, do I just take the profit and run? And it's like, fuck no. So we hold into this morning. So just look at that with me right here, okay? So just up here, we're long from right there. We're short from right there. A near perfect trade. Take it straight down, right? Monetize, literally straight back up, right? And this is what? 930 right in here, right? I mean, you're talking about being long from right here, and this is where the open is. So you've got, this is where it gets crazy. So you got the down move, monetize, up move, but basically, I don't give a fuck where we open this morning. You take the money and run. Now, why do you say take the money and run? Because here you can see the opening bell today, right? Or in past history, right there. Let me delete that so you can see it better. Let me actually bring it down. Whoop. Right here, you can see that there's a sell candle right on the open. And it blasts the fuck on down, doesn't it? Boom. Big old bar down. Boom. See it right there. But even so, there's more buying into the end of the day. This is called the ex-div Thursday ramp. Okay? Now, what you need is more high volume, and you need all these calls, right, to move up as the day moves forward, right? So you got like the dealers are counter trading you, and then those calls don't get exercised until end of the day on Thursday. They collect the money from the dividend, right? So I've got 100 calls. I take the underlying away from you at the end of the day today. And then what do I do with those shares? All I wanted to do is hold those shares to capture the dividend, and then I dump them into the market on Friday. So whoever is doing that is crazy, right? And they've been doing this. So I put out a market brief, last night, and I'm going to show you guys this market brief right now. So in this market brief, I said, as you can see from the chart below, price is ping-ponging while speculators are choosing a side on which way we break as gamma wears off into OPEX. So you'll see people on FinTwit, and I mean, everybody out there is going to take, right? Everybody's going to take on what's going to happen into the weekend. We're going to blast up on Monday. We're going to roll down in bloodbath down to the depths of hell into Friday, and it's going to continue down right off the chart, right? You can see everybody weighing in on this, and you can also see that we have an issue in here, right? We have a gamma pin in here, right? We're just ping-ponging around, and everybody wants to be on that trade up, and everybody wants to be on that trade down, right? And be like, look, dude, I called it. We're going to the depths of hell. And what's crazy here, too, is if you look at yesterday's price action, right? If you look at yesterday's price action, we knew we were going down here. And people became the fucking hole into the close yesterday. I went on FinTwit yesterday, and I watched people say what? I watched people say, this was yesterday, by the way. This was not this morning. I'll show you what happened this morning in a minute. But you've got the gamma ping pong, and you've got people buying calls, right? And the only way to break above this bar is what? Expanded calls to the upside, even if it's only short dated, a day or two, right? So you could theoretically remove this and blast up here. Does that make sense? So there's at least the mechanics are there for it to be a possibility, right? So we're stuck in here, right? We're down here. Do you remember yesterday on FinTwit, everyone's saying, nope, we broke down, 4-hour look back. We're going to be waking up tomorrow morning, and this is where we're going to be on Thursday. That didn't happen, did it? Now, we did come back down today, right? We blasted down again, and it recovered again, or it's recovering. So we'll look at that chart in a minute on SPX Gamma. Now, so we'd be looking for, at minimum, today to capture that div, even if we can't break out, for some kind of a closure on a Friday up here. So people get paid with their divs, right? And then they're free to sell this fucking thing down into Friday. Sell it down on Friday, right? But we're still stuck in here. This is like, it's like a Chinese finger trap, right? So then I wrote, early in the day of the stream, we highlighted Scott's observation that prior blah, 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 right? So far, the past two have worked out perfectly, blah, blah, blah. Saying that I outlined, so this is the key part right here. Right here. Saying that I outlined in white what my expectations would be for tomorrow under normal conditions. I also outlined in orange a possible outcome. If whoever is doing this shows up again tomorrow, if they do it again, we need to find an appropriate name for the dividend Robin Hood gang. Warning, if it does happen, close longs at the end of the day. Thursday and Friday sell the open as Friday has been a bloodbath. Not going to lie, if it happens, it would make one of the best stories of the year. No one will believe it if I told it to them. The people that were in the stream agree with this, and they probably still agree with this at this point, right? Because we knew that we were going to slam down here, and we did. And we got long here, right? And what happened this morning? Do you know? I'll show you if you want to see it. Give me one quick second. I'm going to show you something. What happened here? So look, I want you to look at, I posted it on Twitter. I'll just tell you what happened. I posted it on Twitter this morning. I'm going to show you exactly what happened here. We fucking ripped right up here. Exactly right there. And we pulled back. Now, where did we pull back? We didn't pull back and go higher, did we? There wasn't enough gamma. We didn't break through this wall, did we? So we began to pull back aggressively, didn't we? Oof, back down here again. And that makes us trapped inside, again, this fucking box right here. Make sense? So we're back down in here again. Now, I also, above here, wrote to people that I left what I would normally expect to happen on a day like today, which is that we would come down here and you would find a place to buy the dip. And where are we right now? We're right fucking there. We're in there. Where's that right there? That's 513 and change. Where's price right now? Right down here. You see that? So I gave you both, I gave you what I would expect to happen, right? But we knew what was going to take place back here, so we got the squeeze, but then we came back down into this zone again. This would be on a normal day. We wouldn't have even gotten this shit. We would have just woken up, like the overnight wouldn't have happened, the squeeze up this morning wouldn't happen. We would have rolled this morning. And as a matter of fact, without the squeeze into the close yesterday and what price we woke up to this morning, you wouldn't have seen that on a normal trading day. You would have woken up this morning, right, flat, and started selling the open straight down right here. And that's where we are right now, right there. So there's a blend this morning of both of those theses. We're down here right now, right? Now, what's the expectation from here in a normal circumstances is that you would buy the dip currently where we are. Give me one quick second and go back here to the main screen. So where we are right now is what? Right where the expectation is that we would come down to under normal trading. And normally we would expect a move up into Friday here. But we are in OPEX. And there are some concerns here. There are some major concerns because after DivX, that's today, the market really starts to free up as to where it goes. You'll have people that take their dividends and they start to exit long on S&P 500. The green bar is nowhere today or is now when, today or tomorrow. So my point to you, or my posit to you is here, right? That they didn't show up today. They didn't get to break above the gamma, right, that we're locked into. They didn't. So I don't know where we go today. I do know one thing. I know that we are trapped in here. So I want to show you this one last thing here. Not trapped per se, but I want to show you that same zone right now. So if we go to the bottom right-hand screen right here, here's your SPX gamma. And where are we at right here? Just look at it. It's the same thing that I posted on the market brief last night, right? And that is that we are locked in right here. Right? We're in this fucking like what did I call it? A ping pong trap or something. And the thumbnail this morning was also balls of fury, right? Ping pong, ping pong. And look what they did, right? We couldn't break above. We got above here, could blast right back down. And did we break? Do we start to send it down? No. But as we get into the end of the day, we know that once the ex-div is done today, market's free to go where it wants. And you see this here? It's being pounded down for the end of the day. And I will say one thing. If we don't grind up into the close, the next leg of this trade is Friday is expected to be down move. So we're going to monitor it closely. Now, I think these calls are still in the market right now. I don't think any of these calls have been sold or monetized or the dividend taken out. Maybe it was. Maybe they're just closed up here. Whoever that market participant is, they said, fuck yeah, we're closing that. Make sense? Now, if you were in this trade with us yesterday and you looked at, let me go back to this one. So if you were in this trade with us yesterday, and if you were a member, a supporter, or higher, you could have seen immediately from this, and if you're in the stream, you knew that whatever the squeeze up on the open was one part of the trade. So your first part of the trade is here. Ready? First leg, sell it down, right? Next leg, take it up, right? So that's one leg. That's two legs. And then your third leg is buying this dip right here. And lo and behold, we're on the hourly trigger. Now, we broke through the hourly trigger, right? Where does that send us? Straight down. Make sense? So this third part of where you're expecting this, and it did happen, but it did not stop where we wanted it to stop. The fourth trade in this, the fourth leg is a scream up into the close, or even up here, right? That's the fourth leg. And then the fifth leg is a sell the news event on Friday. So we got the number one, check. We got the number two, check. Number three, check and a half, check. Because we didn't expect it to go this deep, did it? So we'd say that's like a half. We anticipated this, but not the depth of it. Now, number four, we don't know what's going to happen, do we? And we don't know what's going to happen on the fifth part of this leg. And from my perspective here this morning, I don't know where we're going. I don't know if we're going to squeeze up into the close because we have now some dead calls, right? Now that they're dead, they'll go back up into the end of the day. Hold on a second. Let me go back to the main screen. Right over there. And get rid of this. So I'd give this trade so far like half worked. And inside of that market brief last night and in the stream yesterday, what did I tell you? I said, even if it's worked for you twice now, right? It's worked twice, that you do not double down. You don't triple down. You don't put your whole account in. You just say, woo, I made $50,000. I'm going to double down on 50 grand here. So you guys should still be big time winners. Now, when you were looking this morning for a dip to buy, we broke down below the hourly trigger, right? We come down into the hourly trigger this morning, and we reject the half-hour trigger and blast straight down, right? Depths of hell. And what are we looking for in that blast down? We're looking for where we bought. This is the original demand right here, and this is the next known demand right here, right? So PT1 and PT2. We got PT1, PT2 down here, and it bounced. We did find that demand is still there. I'll bet that demand is weaker. If you are a bull, you are normally looking for demand to come up, right? You get demand here. You're looking for that demand above. It wasn't there. And instead of it being here still, it's actually lower, the next place. So we have declining demand from bulls right now, don't we? We have this initial buy right now. And my next question to you would be, did we go straight up? No. Did we get the buyers step in right here, right? Have any buyers stepped in since then? Do you see continued buyers? No, we don't, do we? We don't see that right now. So if I don't see continued buying, there's two things you can take away from this. There's some insight here, and that is buyers want prices lower. Does that make sense? So right now, they're probably accumulating. See that? They're down here accumulating. Right where my cursor is right here. They're down here accumulating. You can see them accumulating. But they might want that price a little bit lower before they come in force, right? So we're waiting right now on demand. And look at Bookmap right now. And what are we sitting on right now? We're not sitting on a, hold on a second here. We're not sitting on, let me go over there and show you. We're sitting on right here. Does that look like demand to you? It sure as shit doesn't look like demand to me. I don't see major, maybe there is, maybe it's just hidden buyers hanging out in there, but I don't see it. So I'd be quite wary of any buyers in here right now. Does that, man, that looks kind of scary to me. Does that look scary to you? Hold on a second here. I'm trying to read what you guys are saying, but let me ask you that question. Do you see the demand there? I don't. So I'm pretty sketched out here, right? Where do I see demand right now? Let's take a look and see. I see some right here, a little bit right here. So I got to remove my other cursor. I see a little bit right here, and I see a little bit low. Let me see if I can find anything else in here. See if there's any kind of squishy. Oh, there's a little bit right there. There's some. There is some right there. Not a ton, but there's some. But boy, look at that stink bid, much lower, right? I'm telling you, I'm getting old as fuck. Done at 51.85 is where that demand is. Hold on a second here. Oh, I got a lot of things going on here. So right in here, right? Where's our next demand? It's way down here. See it down here? We bring that over for you. I'm going to bet that this is that next bar down below. At this next bar right here. See that flag flying around? Got my flag out. Got my trader flag out. You see it? Got my book back flag out. So just down in here, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility to see a bloodbath down here to find out if there's actually demand down here right now. Okay, so this looks kind of bearish to me. Not bearish, but just get price down. I'm down here. You got to come see me down here. So we'll pay attention to this and see if we can get price to the downside. Okay, can we get that price to the downside? Now, what I'm going to say to you is, if you wanted to buy the dip here, if you're a bull and you're like, oh, Cap, I want to buy this so fucking bad, I would say to you, you can't. Now, there's some other things here that are good for you as a bull, right? This looks all doom and gloomish. There are some good signs here. The violence of the 1 minute trigger has gone sideways. That's a positive for you, okay? It's flattening. There's no velocity to the downside right now. The 5 minute trigger is flattening. But up here is pretty bearish. You see that half-hour trigger crossing right there? You know what happens when that happens? When the half-hour trigger crosses the hourly trigger? It gets pretty gnarly. One, you may expect a squeeze to it to test it. Oftentimes, if it's rejected, it is gnarly to the downside. And this looks really creepy crawly, doesn't it? So I'm pretty bearish here right now. Not necessarily like bear, but I wouldn't be buying this dip. Now, if you wanted to buy this dip, what would you be looking for to buy this dip? So if you're like, Cap, I just want to buy a fucking dip, man. I want to make some more fucking money. I would say, first of all, this is not financial advice. But I would say something very important to you. Let's go over there and look at it, and I'll show you right now. So let's go to the trigger full screen, okay? What would I do to buy a dip here? Let's make this bigger so you can see it. You're like, hey, yeah, we're on known support right here. We got some weakness in Bookmap. Doesn't look, man, this looks pretty doomish, right? But what would you be looking for to take a trade here as a bull? Now, I'm going to draw it out for you. Now, I don't care if we go down. I'm going to preface this with, I don't care from where we are right now if we go down. I don't give a fuck if this happens at all. I don't care. It hasn't happened yet, right? We're trying to predict what'll happen, right? Let me ask you that. Let me say that. Make that statement to you. You are trying to predict what will happen. Predict. And there's a law of probabilities when you start to make predictions. if you're like, hey, I'm going to make a trading plan, and I got a thesis, I got my trader journal, all that kind of stuff, but you want to predict what is going to happen with a high rate of probability of making you money. And right now, what is the high probability trade here? It's down, right? Right now, currently, we have a bear cross above. This is your warning right here. This was actually your warning, right? Your warning was a bear plane. Your second one was the rejection of the half-hour trigger on price, blasted you straight down. There has been no recovery, and you have a cross of the half-hour going down over the hourly trigger. That's all bearish shit. So in my view, right now, I'm fucking all bared up here. I'm super fucking bared up here. Or at least on the intraday basis, I'm pretty fucking bared up here. Now, I am aware that there is some gamma support here, right? We know that about SPX. But even so, you have a quick flash down and then up. That makes sense to me, right? We've got some support from that gamma, right? And then we also have once it blasts down, it becomes a magnet to drag us back up. Parking the bus, we say around here, right? So right now, I'm not feeling it. Now, if you wanted to take a trade here as a bull, so this is all stuff we've gleaned, right? I got my trade plan out. I got my thesis out. I did a bunch of investigating. And I'm like, what am I going to do here? Now, let's say you're a bear. You're like, fuck that. I'm a bear, dude. I make all my money selling. So what's your plan here, right? Your plan here as a seller is you're a seller below this, right? Your stops are above. Even if you get squeezed out to the upside, you know it's going to come back, and you're going to exit in early fashion. Even if it rolls down, you're going to reset your trade to the downside. There's some steps, right? So if I'm going to go through this really quickly as a bull. What you need to see as a bull, and we'll get back to the bear trade in a minute. You need to see the turning up of the 5-minute trigger. You need to see the turning up of the, wait a minute. You need to see the turning up of the 1-minute trigger, right? And you need to see price reverse before you even consider buying a dip. This is the best lesson that I can teach you out there, okay? This is like the best lesson I can teach you out there. There's no better lesson that I could ever teach you. So if we break higher here, you are looking for this last high, right? Just this last one. That's it. You want to see if we break above this. You're likely going to see a reversal, like about 70% of the time. Right there. And you're not even long yet. You're not even fucking long. You're just watching price action. This next target should be right about here. This next one right there. Whoop. And we should reverse again. Right? To the downside right there, right? Start putting around. And then the next one should come straight up here, right? And get on this hourly trigger, right? You got that half-hour trigger going down there. And now what does this mean? This is where the real sellers are. This is where the strong sellers are. This is where, like, the people that want it to go to zero, this is where they're trading. So if you're a bear, this is where they are, right here. And you're going to find out in here, find out right here who is stronger, the sellers or the buyers. When you're on social media, you're going to hear people tell you, well, the buyers are really strong there. The sellers are really strong there. But you don't really care what they say. You're just looking, observing to literally see who is stronger. You don't care what people are saying. You can see it for yourself. It's very easy to see. If buyers are weak here, it will immediately reverse to the downside. It'll blast through, catch a new low, and of course some fucking bear is going to buy that when they shouldn't. And it's going to come back up and then blast to the depths of hell. You're Johnny on the spot right there as a seller. Does that make sense? Johnny on the spot. Set the trade up. Wait for it to happen. Bam, selling. Now, these sellers stepped in and tried to sell it down, right? If these buyers are down here hiding, and they're actually really right there, they're going to rip their fucking faces off. Straight up. They're going to rip their fucking faces off. So you're also Johnny in the spot with a counter trade. And forget the point of that either. You don't even need to take this trade. You know it's there. You know it's there. You know the squeeze is there, right? But what confirms that we're heading higher? Listen to me closely here. What confirms that we're heading higher? It's the fucking back test. The fucking back test comes back down. And if you see those fucking buyers step back in that next time right there, you are like, boom. I am with the buyers. Does that make sense? That's when you get the reversal. That's when you begin to see price. Oh, hold on. That's when you begin to see price begin to want to make huge moves to the upside. If you're a bull, you want to always be long here, not fucking down here under this bullshit. You want any of that. That's a trap for you to get blooded. Does that make sense? You want to be a buyer somewhere in here. And you would love to have that hourly trigger underneath you, right? Now you've got momentum behind you. You are above the hourly trigger. You are above the 1 minute and the 5 minutes, and price is above it. When you see that right there, you see that hourly trigger, 5 minute trigger, 1 minute trigger, and you see price, you are a fucking buyer. We say that all the time. Hourly trigger on the bottom. 5 minute trigger, 1 minute trigger. On top is price. This simplifies trading for you out there. You don't have to think a lot, do you? If price is above the 1, the 5, and the hourly, we're on trend. We're heading higher. If you don't have that, let's say your bull friend is out there right now. You got friends that are bulls, and they're telling you, and I do this shit. I'm guilty of it. You guys see me do it here, right? Whenever I lose trades, when do I lose them? When do I lose a trade? Always right here. Why? Because it's a low probability trade. You never, ever see me lose trades when we're above the hourly trigger, when it's price, 1, 5, and an hourly trigger. Ever. It's just go. We're off and running. And even if it does roll down, I know where the stops are. I know where to cut my losses or my wins. I might have been up 300%, and now I'm down to 100% winner. But I know where to cut them too, don't I? So is there a trade here right now for a bull? No. Now, are you going to meet people? Are you going to meet people on, let's say, social media? Let's say you're in a chat room. Let's say you're on Twitter. Let's say you're on Wall Street Bets or Stock Twits or wherever that is. There will always be a voice in the room telling you they bought the dip. If it fails for them, they disappear. Not all of them. Some people are like, yeah, I bought it and I got smoked. But most of the voice, the noise, it just fades away in the background. Right? And the same thing goes for bears, for sellers. There'll always be the noise. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. And then they fade. As a matter of fact, on FinTwit this morning, on that open, FinTwit was a fucking ghost town. And I mean ghost town. It was a ghost town this morning. Why? Because everybody was fucking short into that close yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? And they got fucking smoked. And they're probably going to come out today on FinTwit and say, I was short on the open and it blasted down and I'm all bared up and made a bunch of money. They're all fucking liars. You got to be there before it happens, not after. I don't want to hear your voice after it happens. I don't want to hear your fucking voice after anything happens. I want to hear your voice before it happens and what your thesis is to why it should happen. And I'll be honest with you, whether you're a seller or a buyer, I truly want to hear your voice when you're like, if you're a bull, I want to find you somewhere. So if you're like on social media and you want to start trusting traders, you want to already be seeing this taking place and find someone on your favorite friends out there and they're like, I'm long as fuck. When you see someone say that right there, I trust that guy. Do you understand? That guy's probably fucking trading. That girl's probably fucking trading. And that motherfucker probably has a good plan. If we blast up and we're mooning, I usually don't believe those people that didn't have a history of saying, I'm long. I think that they're fucking lying. I think they're fucking just trying to look good on social media. And I think the same thing right here, right? You're going to have people disappear, not say anything. And then if we blood this, you're going to see even our chat here with people saying, oh, I made so much money in that drop. Everywhere. You see it everywhere. You see it in Discords, see it on Twitter, see it on Wall Street, but see it everywhere. Right? So if right now someone was out there on social media, they should be saying to you, I'm either flat. This is not everybody, but I'm either flat or I'm short here or I'm long puts here because that is the positioning right now. And if it reverses, they should come back and say, I closed. It went against me there. Licked my wound. I didn't lose a ton, but we're going up now. So pay attention to that when you're out there in the real world, listening to people out there talking to you. You want to see people that are there before, that they see the setups and that their risk is low. And then if it goes against them, they can manage that trade because you're not going to be a winner every time. The rule in this profession is not you're always right. And if you meet people out there that say that, they're a fucking liar. You, as a market participant, are going to be wrong a lot. If you are right 3 out of 10 times, you're doing pretty good. If you're right 5 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, you're doing great. So if you use these tools, you are going to get a higher win rate. Does that make sense? But if that guy's out there telling you after, hey, I won this one, I won that one, I won this one, and they're not giving you the I'm in this, I'm in that, went against me, I'm getting torched right now, any of that kind of stuff, beware of that. So right now, S&P 500, for me, is not a buy. I need to see progress, even if we squeeze. And that's the last part of this last part here. Those voices that are out there talking to you, when they disappear, right, it can seem to you like everybody is always right and you're always wrong. You have to counter think in your head because those people always come and go, come and go, come and go. Those aren't the real voices. Does that make sense to you guys out there? Let me ask you. Let me check your chat right now. You guys understand what I'm saying here? Spy closes under 513. We're going. Yeah, Chase, just stop chatting for a minute, Chase. I got to get regular people talking here. I can't listen to it right now. You could be right. Yes, you absolutely can. Okay, so you guys are at least understanding this concept, right? So beware of people anywhere that are telling you things like this and that, and beware of even aggressive conversation like, woo, you should have been in the trade first. And I noticed it yesterday on FinTwit. And someone asked me, and I said on FinTwit yesterday, and this morning I reinforced it. I said, I don't want to tell you the trade because the trade started yesterday. And if I tell you the trade, you're likely going to jump in on it when it's too late. So I made some comments this morning in the early morning hours, and then yesterday I made a post about it. So when you're listening to people out there, you don't know where the trade is, where it started, where it's ending. You just want to get in on the trade. You might be in the end of the trade. You might be in the middle of the trade and not where it starts and not where it ends, or even if it goes against you at some point. Are you up like they are? Are you up 2,000% jumping in that trade? Likely not. Does that make sense? So if I'm up 2,000%, trade goes south, and I exit at 1,800% or 2,000%, exit at 1,500% profit, and you're just getting into that trade, you're likely getting smoked. Does that make sense? So get in on the start of the trade is the point. Have a thesis, have some evidence that you're going in the direction you're going to go in, and have an ability to manage that trade if it goes against you. Yeah, that's a great question. Trade paralysis. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. What I would always say to somebody, and I've had trade paralysis, paralysis for me is walk away from the fucking market and take a break. Take a break from the market, stop trading, and start to watch the market. I find that the more time I spend away from the market, if I take a week off, a month off, anything, I start to watch the market again. And normally what it is for me personally, for trade paralysis, I figure out about a week later, I go, you know what? I'm fucking trading. Watch that. You see that right now? Watch that shit. So I love this. I love when it goes where I think it's going. You want to see it? So if you were a bull right now, right, you'd be getting smoked, wouldn't you? So my point here is this. Yeah, there it goes right there. So my point here, sorry, I need some water. I'm losing my voice here. It's like, it's late in the week, dude. I've been streaming like 8-hour fucking days every day, like 9 to fucking 4, 9:30 to 4, whatever. It's just, I'm getting blasted here in my voice. We got a new low right now in the prior low in the day. This is the prior low. We talk about bulls all the time around here, right? So let's pretend this is an upside down bull move, right? So this is going to make this yellow, right? That's not support. I promise you that's not support. Pretend this is, now I draw these yellow boxes on top, right? I'm going to draw them flipped in reverse. So they got a new low, right? You got the low, and now you get a new low, right? That's bearish as fuck, isn't it? Right? It doesn't mean we can't squeeze up. We already checked the 1 and 5 minute trigger, right? We checked the 1 here. We checked the 5 here. So what's the expectation here? All we need is the new low, right? We don't need to go down to the depths of hell. We just need the new low. So you're short here, right? And even if we come back up and retest that 1 minute trigger, what's the expectation? Now we're going to go down to the next known buyer zone down there. So let's see how this trade plays itself out. So you got this just a new low, come back up, right? Oh, look at that right there. It's so bloody. Oh, yeah. Whew. And what are you looking for here? Dude, what color is this? Hold on, let me move this over. Do you see how just through this investigation, if you're a bull, that you're not getting fucking smoked, right? You see that? Now this is the expectation, right? We're going to blood it down, come back up, blood it back down, down here. So through all of this investigation we just did together, if you're a bull, you didn't get smoted out, did you? I really need to reinforce this, because if we are going to get a down move in this market, if we are going to get a correction in this market, it's due, right? If we're going to get one, and you're a bull that's been riding the fucking wave all quarter long, And it's always worked. Hey, I bought the wrong fucking place. Hey, it fucking doesn't matter where I buy. If I can buy NVIDIA, I can buy NVIDIA on a fucking top, and I can throw a 2-month call on it, and we blast down the depths of hell. I know at some point it's going to be at least up 30%. Right? That is not true most of the time. This pink is crazy. We're doing pink bears today. They're wearing pink today. So if this market does correct, or even, I don't know, March of next year, if we go into a bear market, you do not want to give all of your money back to the stock market because you stayed in that bull mode. Does that make sense? I had a conversation with who? He's a very famous trader, I guess. What's his name? He's got like a what's his name? I had a private conversation. I forget his name right now. He's got like a million followers. Like literally, the guy's got like 1 million followers. Famous trader. And we had a long conversation late night one night on FinTwit and DMs. And he was like, I made so much fucking money in 2020 and 2021. He's like, I just made stupid money, millions. And he was like, I gave back at least half of it because I thought I was a great trader. And people in public think he's a great trader. He's like, fucking, if you're to point out like these are the top 10 traders, he's one of them. And he was like, I just couldn't make a mistake. He's like, I just buy a fucking dip and we'd make money. And it wasn't the buying the dip where he lost a bunch of that money. Guess how he lost that money? He didn't remove it from the stock market. Number one, true story. Didn't remove it to invest in less risk. And the second reason that he started losing money, what's the second reason? His ego told him that it didn't matter if he made the trade wrong. He was a great trader. So it eventually would pay. So if we get into that mindset, as a trader, it can come back to haunt us in a correction. It can come back to haunt us in a bear market or any of that kind of stuff. So I need you guys in the next bear market or the next correction to have the awareness to not blow yourselves up. If you are cash rich right now, right, and we go into a correction or we ever go into the next bear market, not ever, but we will, that you do not blow up your fucking accounts because there's a ton of money in there, right? You don't want to lose that. And there's a bunch of other shit you have to do, but I want you to be aware that there are easy mechanics for you to see if you should not be buying the fucking dip. Simple. If you see price below that hourly trigger, you're not a fucking buyer of dips. Do you understand? Crystal clear. You'll be on trend for a long time above that make tons of money above that hourly trigger. Anytime we're below that hourly trigger, you are a seller. Does that make sense? We're below that hourly trigger, you're a fucking seller. You are selling the rip, even if it's tactful. Even if it's just like, boom, I'm selling this. No, we're not going to zero. We're just going down to the daily trigger, right? We're going to go step by step by step. Same for bulls, right? For the upside, right? You know you're step by step. We zig and fucking zag. We don't go straight up. We don't go straight down. I know it seems like it on a 1 minute chart. And one more thing, back to that person that was asking about the fear. When you take a step back from the market, what I found was if I had fear to take a trade, it's because I was trading a fucking 1 minute trigger. Or I was trading a 5 minute trigger. Or maybe I was normally trading a 15-minute trigger. Like I'm comfortable in a 15-minute trigger. So if you have paralysis in trades, I want to tell you to scale out a little bit. Just take a breather, scale out. Open up a fucking, hold on, it's a top trigger screen right now. Take a moment and breathe. So we're in a 1 minute trigger right now. Let's look at a 30-minute trigger. Where are we right now? Let's look at it. Where are we? Let's scale out of the doom really quick. What's been working for bulls every time? Like a dance, right? 1, and 2 you buy the dip, and 3 you buy the dip. And where are we at right now? Buy the dip. Right? Not so bad, right? Is that all doom and gloomish anymore? Fuck no. It's been working regular for how long? You want me to show you? Want to see it? How long has it been working for? Oh, you want to see it? So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You ready? Let me ask you a question right here. Was the market going to crash here? Yes. Was the market going to crash there? Yes. Was the market going to crash there? Yes. Remember that big voice in the room that's telling you the crash is coming? Yeah, they said it there too. They said it right here. 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 And what are they saying today? Right here, right? What's that? There's another one down there too, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're telling me they were short all 11 times? That must be fucking rich. What are they doing? They fucking contacting their fucking banker friends? I'm down $5 million right now. I'm down $1 million. I'm down 100 grand. Can you loan me another 100 grand? I've been making this prediction for the last 11 times, and I fucking failed. Right? Now, will it eventually happen? Fuck yeah, it'll eventually happen. But scale out a little bit is my point. If you have paralysis in trading, scale out a little bit. What's the next thing that you can look at? Let's look at a 1-hour chart. What do we see right here? What did Cappy draw in here? Cappy drew this in here, right? Downside move right there. You try to buy this shit? Fuck no. Where do you want to be a buyer as a bull? Where everybody else is buying, right? Down here, down here, down here, right? You watch some of this stuff happen, 1, 2, 3, and you're like, yeah, you know what? I get confidence back again. I'm going to come back in the market and buy that shit. Make sense? Known buyers. Right down there. See it? Known buyers. Let's look at the next thing, right? This is areas of interest, right? Let's look at a 4-hour chart really quick. And look at that. This is 4 hours, right? Bam, all the way up. Consolidate. Bam, all the way up. Consolidate. Bam, all the way up. Consolidate. And what do we have here? Bam. Right? We got a nice little juicy squeeze right here, right? Woohoo! Riding right back down again, right? And what do you look right there? That might be it right there, right? What is that? 509, 5010, right? So what are you trading now? Extremes. You're trading an extreme, right? If you're a seller, where are you trading? Extremes, right? Extreme, extreme, extremes. Make sense? If you're a buyer, are you trading extremes? Yeah, you are. See it? No, it can go against you. Maybe you get squeezed out for a minute here, and we roll down. Maybe you get a little plunge protection team stepping in. Remember that? I haven't used that term in like fucking 5 years. Remember the plunge protection team? Do they still use that out there? I don't know if they do or don't, but the plunge protection team. So if you're a bull, where are you waiting? So we're on a 4-hour chart. Where are you waiting? Right down here, right? See him down here? Right fucking down here. Let's look at it again in 1 minute. Where are the buyers? Likely down here, right? Where are we making our way to right now? What are all these guys right here? These are fucking fake buyers, aren't they? Like, yeah, we're buying the dip. Psych. We actually want you to buy it down. We want it cheaper. Down here, right? Cheaper. So let's keep an eye on it as the trade progresses. Whew. Dude, I swear to God, I'm so stoked that we made this jump because we're going to create a whole nother class of traders. Send you out there to be fucking monsters. Dude, Chase, I'm gonna put you in a timeout, man. I'm serious, man. I can't have you poison in the chat here, dude. I'm just gonna do it right now, okay? I can't, dude. I can't do it, dude. Like, right 1 out of 10 times, I can't do it. I can't have it, man. You're polluting the chat, bro. This looks wonky right here, too, doesn't it? I can't. Wait a minute, just leave it right there. Look at how fucked up that looks. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Timeout time. Can't do it. I love you, bro. Timeout, though. And I love you, Chase, more than you know. I love you. Timeout. Let me see what you guys are writing in here. And I want you guys all out there to know that too. I love Chase and I know each other outside of this. We're very good friends. So, and I love Chase. Smart as fuck. Great trader too, by the way. Just I can't have it in the chat. Not right now. Thanks, Jimmy, for jumping in the chat right there. I appreciate it. Jimmy's a moderator, by the way. Young Trader saying his puts are recovering free losses. Congratulations, Young Trader. Yeah, you guys want some bear music? Definitely, I'll put it on for you. Give me 1 quick second here. And I'm going to give you guys an update here in just a moment. So if you're looking for what to expect the rest of the day, give me a moment, and I'm going to give you an expectation into the close. Just give me 5 seconds here. Hey, by the way, Nino, which EV was it Rivian that came out and there was like, they're going to be bankrupt? Was that Rivian? I saw it on Twitter like 2 or 3 days ago, and I never followed up. What car company was going to be bankrupt? Oh, it was Fisker. It was fucking Fisker. It was Fisker. All right. Do you want me to put Chase back in? All right, hold on. Chase, I'm going to take you out of timeout. Can I take him out of timeout? I might have fucked up. I gotta try to take Chase off timeout. Sunday never ends. Like, let him fucking rain. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him out of timeout. Hold on. Let me ask Bork if he knows how to do it. Hold on a second. I should have done that to Chase. I just couldn't. Like, it's like Chase. It's not what he's saying. It's like just too much. Hold on, Chase. I'll get you back, brother. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I love Chase. Hold on 1 second. Let me ask if I can. Maybe Bork can help me. Maybe Bork can help me. I can't do it from my side right now. Yeah, see that? See that? Oh, you got to show it. Let me spread that out for you. Also, remember, if you're a bear, right? I'm going to tell you something else if you're a bear, okay? If you're a seller here, it's the same as I can't seem to untime out. From the screen I'm on. Pretty please, could you untime him out? Time him out. I made a mistake. I made a boo-boo. I'm sorry, Chase. I shouldn't have done that, man. I apologize, brother. Yeah, we'll see if Bork can help you out here in just a moment. Okay, so if this chart was upside down, pretend this is a bull chart. Can I flip this chart upside down? I think I can on Streamlabs. I can make this fucker vertical, like flip it right upside down. So if you're at home and you have a TV monitor, I want you to take your TV monitor and just rotate it, and you'll be a bull again. You're upside down bull. You're upside down bear. You're a bull. So pretend we're looking at a bull chart upside down. Okay. As long as you hold the 1 minute trigger as a bear, and you hold the 5 minute trigger, you're still heading to the downside, okay? If you do lose the 5 minute trigger and price, let me just get rid of this. If you do on a 1 minute or 5 minute check, lose it, you will be given a chance, I promise you. Now this is like a 90% chance. You're going to be given a chance to exit. So you would, if you're like, my stops are here, Cap, right here. Yeah, your stops might be right here, but you ain't actually going to execute the stop until the pullback here. And you exit in an orderly manner. Doesn't matter if we roll back down. You're going to exit in an orderly manner, your short right here or your puts, and you will reposition if you're still bearish only if we get a new low. So let me draw it out better for you. How do I explain this better? So if we go back to check the 5 minute trigger, we break higher, and your thesis is still lower, you're going to wait for it to come back down. Right down there. You're going to exit. If that's your stop, you exit here. Okay? Now, even if it's going to continue to roll down, let's say we go up a little bit, but it still goes down, you just be Johnny on the spot waiting for a failure on this high. You wait over here, and if the buyers fucking suck, this will actually roll down. Okay? When that rolls down right there, and let's say you want to see that new low, you're going to wait for one more pull higher right there. And you're going to jump right the fuck back in on it, okay? That's that whole thing right there. You're going to jump right in, Johnny in the spot. And this fucker's going to blood right down to the depths of hell. High probability trade right there. Okay? Let's watch this play out right now. Let's watch this price action together. Oh, is Bork here? Oh, there's no way to do it? All right, so we're going to try to moderate, give a moderator position or something like that for the day. I'm sorry, Bork, I messed up. I was a little too aggressive. I think I gave him a 24-hour timeout or some shit. I'm like, that's it. I can't have it in the chat. Now I'm trying to give a lesson. I'm like, can't have it. The cross has not happened. Do you see, good question. Do you see a cross of the 1 and 5 minute trigger yet? No. Do you see a back check of the 1 and 5 minute trigger yet? No. Price back check, like back check. Are we reversing? Maybe. We looked at the 1 and the 5 hour. Pretty close, aren't we? Pretty close to where the buyers are, right? We just looked at a 1 minute, a 1 hour chart, a 4 hour chart, a 30 minute chart. This is kind of the place that we reverse, but we don't have price to prove it yet. I know I shouldn't have done that 24 hours. I got aggressive. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Yeah. Oh, Chase, go over to the Twitch side. Hey, thanks, Mr. Talking Monkey. Chase, jump over to Twitch. Jump over to the Twitch side, brother, and start chatting. Come to the dark side on Twitch. Come join us on Twitch, Chase. We want you over there anyways. Come to the good side. You don't want to hang out with Jimmy Barry. You want to hang out with the people over on Twitch. Come to the shadow. Shadow Realm. Oh, look at that right there. Look at these fucking bears, man. If you're a bear, you're like, we're building the wall of resistance to the bulls right now. We're turning support into resistance. This is the line right here for bears. Not only that, we have now turned this green into yellow. Doom. We've also turned this support that the bulls had right here. Oh, yeah, I love it. Bathe me in blood. Oh, yeah. We also have the hourly trigger coming down right now to reinforce the idea that the bears own the market now. May the crash commence. I'll put the music on for the bears right now because I know this might be short-lived. They need to get some glory here. Hold on, we're gonna put on some bear music. What do you guys think we should play? DMC safe music, chatting, bear music, and the deep low beats. Let's play space ambient, Chilean high. They get high. These guys, hard underground techno. That's some bear shit right there. They're probably cyborgs too. Ooh. Whoa. That's aggressive. That's super aggressive. What if we go over to 18 plus webcam? Oh, hardest BDSM techno. We always like that one. It's one of our favorites. Yeah, you gotta rub that bear belly right there. Bears at the top of the key this morning, selling it down, getting an extension to the downside. They got their first rip down to the hourly trigger. They're able to clean up this morning below the hourly trigger. Hourly trigger now sits at 516, 515.91. Trying to create some resistance from up on high right now. They're going to test their 5-minute trigger likely at 514.15. They have another target to the upside of 514.59. And right now it's 1:43 in the afternoon. At the 2 p.m. hour up here, I'm going to assume that as we come into 2:30, you're going to see something like that happen. We're going to bloodbath down. So pay attention to the 2 o'clock hour. Doom, baby. How much doom for Tesla? We have to talk about Tesla today. As a matter of fact, let's talk Tesla. Let's talk Tesla around the 3 o'clock hour. We're at the end of the day today for OPEX, or not OPEX, but the day before, DivX, I should say. And we're going to chat Tesla today. And if you are not a pro supporters get Tesla updates, I think, every day. So just so you know, if you're not getting Tesla updates because you're not a pro trader. But if you are a pro trader, you get them every single day. Below the quarterly trigger, has it rejected? That's a good question. Has it rejected the quarterly trigger? That's what I want to know. Elgaz 91, has it rejected the quarterly trigger? And do you have the weekly coming down on it and the daily coming down on it? Dude, this is so ugly. Can I change that? Let's go right below it. It doesn't look good. That looks so much better, doesn't it? We'll even draw this one up here for the Bears. Hold on. If they're going to check this. Whoa. Yeah, that's so nice, isn't it? Dude, this music is killing me here. It's like dun 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 dun. I got it on hardest BDS. How about this? If you're a bear, I've been giving all kinds of free reign to the bulls. If you're a bear, here, I'll stop that music. We're going to get demonetized today for the bears. So we're going to demonetize the channel today. What song would you like? Don't overload me with songs. They're going to fly by and I'm going to miss them. You're going to then start spamming them in the chat. Don't do that. So a lot of that music was removed from YouTube. They said it, like, some of it's still there, but some of it's not. Enya? Hold on 1 second here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that bear music. Hold on. I think I can't use it anymore. Some of it I can, but let me check right now. Hold on. Let me see if I got it. Dude, I got no more. Dude, they took that shit away. Hold on a second here. I went back in to check for music. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Some of you know this song. Let me crank it for you. Blood, baby. Woo! Blood on SPX Gamma. Trying to keep it down for more blood to the Gamma flip. Fuck it. Should we play it a second time? Should we play it twice? It's like the Blues Brothers. Oh, is it Blues Brothers? Oh, it was Good Morning Vietnam. I don't care which play, just play it loud. Or you also have more. You also have what's the other movie? Blues Brothers, where they just keep playing what's the song they keep playing over and over? They're in a honky tonk bar or something. They only know one country song, so they play it like 30 times. Oh, hold on, I got one more for you. David AMS has got a song for you. He left it with us the other day. Which one was it? Oh, here it is. This is David AMS gave us a bear song the other day. Let's play it. Ooh, sexy bear music. That looks higher, doesn't it, on Bookmap? Where is that? It's right there, isn't it? Oh, yeah, right there. There's the red right there. I had that wrong. This is why I don't have any followers. Like, we were here yesterday and he was a bull. Now we're in here this morning and he was a bear today. You want to play what? Proxy Raw? Hey, there's a DJ in here too. Which one of you are? There's a DJ in here. DJ Rob or something. You got any songs? Am I sure I played the right song? Yep. Three-Way Lonely Island. I want you to watch one quick thing here, okay? Be careful. I'm gonna remove some of this really quick because I don't want you to get fucked up in here. Hold on. I want you guys to be able to see this here. Hold on one second here. Too much shit on the goddamn thing. If you're at home, watch. Oh, wait a minute. Watch this right here if you're at home, okay? Let me show you this. Let me mute this for a minute here. We're having fun times, but I just want to do something here for you. Hold on. So, if you are a bear, what are you looking for? A failure, right? You do not want to see what? You don't want to see buyers above, do you? If you see the buyers above, what happens? You're going to go right there. I got to stop with this pink shit. I like pink. I'm not used to it. I like the whites, clean. Yeah, there we go. Right there. If you're a bear, what do you want to see here? So I draw these lines in every day. Why? Because I want to see if we fail it. If we fail to get this, it means we're going to get a reversal. So keep your eye on this. If they fail this, we're going right down to the depths of hell, okay? So just keep watching this. I know it looks wonky, but looks kind of wonky, doesn't it? Right about there. And right about there. I got to clean this up a little bit. And then right about there. Right about there. Right there. So I got to clean this shit up. It doesn't look good. And it's not showing the new highs. Now, I don't mean that we're going there. Don't take this. We're bearish here. I want to see a failure. So if you're a bear, you want to be watching this, right? If we start failing this right now, that's going to fucking blood down the depths of hell. All right, let's get back to that song again. And I'll be quiet. I want you to think about OPEX with Tesla. We'll talk about it at 3 p.m., but think about OPEX at Tesla. If you want to maximize profit on a ticker like SPY, right, and we blast it to the moon, do you want to maximize profit on Tesla to the downside at OPEX? It's the same concept in reverse. I'm going to take a 5-minute break too. My voice is killing me, okay? My camera will still be here. Be very careful right here for a squeeze up into the supply. We could go straight up here vertical, just like blasting. Boom, straight up. Look for an immediate reversal to the downside to confirm that cross out down here in this 1 in 5 minute trigger. Very dangerous here right now, by the way. Still unconfirmed. We can blast it right down like it's nobody's business, like straight down. Wham. Or squeeze up and straight down. Like, be very careful with no confirmation here. Very dangerous. Very rare to see that. Very, very rare. Be very careful. Now, if you're a bull, here. If you are a bull, I'm going to mute this for a minute here. If you are a bull, right, because, take note of this. because we are underneath, remember what I said to you earlier, because we are underneath the hourly trigger, you are not in safety yet. Listen to that closely. We are not in safety yet. And the reason being is because we're underneath the hourly trigger. This is a trap for bulls. Now we can break above, but we're still not above the hourly trigger. If this was going on above the hourly trigger, it'd be a fucking baller setup for bulls. But you're underneath it right now. So no matter how we get there, whether we get there like a scream up, the initial reaction is likely going to be a rejection back down to this 1 in 5 minute trigger at minimum. So I want to warn you, if you are a bull, you don't get bullish until we are above right here, okay? So no matter what this action is, up here you want to be with a confirmation down below on the half-hour trigger, the 1 minute trigger, and the 5 minute trigger. This is where you get bullish right there, okay? Just right there, because we are underneath that hourly trigger. This is an extremely dangerous place for bulls. You can trade this as a bull for 5 minutes. You can trade that for 5 minutes if you want, but I'm warning you. I'm going to give you one warning. I gave it to the bears yesterday. I'm going to give it to you right now as a bull. You will get run over here if you fuck around with that hourly trigger. You want to be above it. You can fuck around all you want above it, but not below it. So be very, extremely careful here. And this action right here looks more like a squeeze than buyers. See how it's just going straight up right now? That shouldn't be happening. So this looks like a squeeze to me. This doesn't look like real buyers to me. So just be extremely careful. And I'm going to remove this red box here so you can see it. But like right here, like extreme careful right here. Extreme careful here, okay? Please. I'm begging you. Remember what I said earlier. Hourly trigger, 5 minute trigger, 1 minute trigger price, okay? Not 5 minute, 1 minute price and then hourly above you. Trust me. I've been taken on that road. Woo! And then they just go fucking, like a 10 handle straight red bar to the depths of hell. Now I know we're at the bottom, but you just want to just let it work itself out. Don't get fucked up in that shit. I didn't say bears get fucked up. I'm talking about bulls, not bears. Not bears, bulls. I'm talking about bulls down here. I've gotten smoked on that hourly trigger too many times. I can point it out to you too many times. Seriously. We can go up there. It's just not a high probability trade. There's a high probability you're going to get sent to the depths of hell. If you are a bull, you take this trade up into that fucking hourly trigger, you exit and wait until you're above it, and you consolidate on it. I can show it to you 1,000 times. Oh. Yeah. Trust me, if you're a bull, right? Anytime you're into that hourly trigger, danger. Sell the rip every time. Trust me. If you're above the hourly trigger, you're buying the dip. Under the hourly trigger, sell the rip. Write that shit down somewhere. Even if it breaks above or blasts through the hourly trigger, it's not a 100% rule, but it's like your mind should be on. We're selling that hourly trigger. Don't be messing with that hourly trigger, dude. They will fucking when when we get on that hourly trigger and bears tell me we're gonna crash, and we're coming down into it, I'm always like that guy's gonna get smoked. So we're below it right now. So just be cool, chill. You're a bull until we get above it. You want to be like right here as a bull. You can to be tactful. You can trade this. You can trade this if you want. But I'm warning you. You don't have to listen to me, though. You'll find on your own. You do that 4 or 5 times, and you'll be like, fuck, he was right. I got like 4 black eyes and a broken leg. I should have listened to him. This is from experience. This is from like me getting killed on that hourly trigger. Selling it, buying it. What's going on, Trader Podcast? How are you? I made bank, dude. Sold that fucking open like it was nobody's business. Fucking looked for it. Well, I was looking for a dip, and then I had to run, and then the fucking disc or the fucking stream wouldn't come up, and then I come back, and I'm like, it's just fucking blooding right now. What's going on, AJ Mina? How are you? That is the hand of God. The hourly trigger is the hand of God. That's what it is. It's very fucking scary. I'm going to leave this SPX down here. I'm assuming that you guys up there are like, yeah, we're going all the way up there. We're going to close that whole gap. Look at that whole gap right there. I'll raise this up so you can see it. Return to the scene of the crime, baby. Bulls are like, return to the scene of crime today. But I'm warning you. All right, I got to get back to, I got to take a break. My fucking throat is, I've been doing a lot of damage to my throat. Like permanent probably. So I gotta rest my throat for another 15 minutes. Hey, Trader Podcast, you want to talk to them? Do you want to put you up on a Google Meet? I didn't see what you said, man. I missed some of what you're saying. If you want to talk, I'll just put you on and I'll stop talking and I'll take a break. All right, hold on a second. I'll get you up there, brother. I can't talk anymore, man. My throat is literally fucking gone. Like I think I've hurt my my vocal cords. Give me a second, man. I'll send you a Google Meet. Yeah, I know. That's true too. That's true too. Hold on one second. Jimmy, dude, I gotta tell you something. We would get along, dude, out there, like all the fucking banter and shit talking. Hold on a second. Hold on. What am I looking for here? We should get it. David, is David? I didn't see David this morning. Was he sleeping in? Hold on one second here. I'm really loud. My voice is gone. I think right at this moment it's gone. I think I've lost my voice. Let's see if we can bring on Trader Podcast here. Dude, I look like I'm fucking going a million miles an hour. I can see it right now on the camera. I look rough as fuck right now. Like I look rough. I look like I'm fucking working like a maniac. Dude, you know what the worst part is? I haven't fucking drank. I haven't had a fucking beer. I haven't had a fucking gummy. I haven't had anything. And then the worst part is I'm forgetting to eat. I'm just like million miles an hour. Wake up, work till fucking dude, like last night, I was up working last night till 2 in the morning. Then I went back to bed and woke up at 4 a.m. to check the market. Then I went back to sleep and slept until 6 or 7. So I'm on like, I think last night I may have, what did I get, 2? I may have stitched together 5 hours of sleep. So that's not that bad, but still, dude, fucking brutal right now. Like absolutely brutal. I think I stitched together 5 hours, somewhere in there, 4 to 5 hours of sleep last night. Yeah, I woke up to check. I wanted to see the London Open and I wanted to see the U.S. Open at 4. Hey, David MS saying he'll talk tomorrow for us. Oh, David, I love you, brother. David says he'll show up tomorrow and talk for a while. I'm serious. I'm like the past 2 or 3 weeks are like collapsing in on me. They're building as the time progresses. So I'm like getting weaker and weaker each week or something. My daughter's been sick, dude. Shit, like my daughter's got a temperature. I'm like, I'm gonna get crashing. The old man hours. Like shuffling around my house with the family asleep. I normally sleep a lot too. I normally get a good solid sleep. I normally sleep like 8-10 hours, something like that. Well, not 10, but like 8. I get at least a good set. Well, I'm lying. How about 7 to 8 hours? The only time I'm up at nighttime, if you guys see me on Twitter, I'm eating a gummy. I'm like, I ate a gummy. Let's get on Twitter and fuck with people. Let's see if we can make somebody mad. People that I love too. But hold on a second here. Let me see if I can get Let me see if I can get what am I? See, I'm already losing it right now. Get some friends of the show on. Friends of the show. I got a whole bunch of friends of the show here. I love all you guys, dude. Like, I fucking like Trader Podcast. Like, I got David in here. I got real friends of the show. Real absolute fucking friends. Associates of the show. I got, what do I got there? I got associates of the show. Trader Podcast. I'm going to send the invite via, I'm going to send the invite. I got Joe Harper in there. I got some other fucking guy claiming that he's more than a friend of the show. Hold on here. We got to get rid of him. Hold on here. Here we go. Let me see. I fucking love your podcast. Here, brother. Trader Podcast. I'm sending you a link right now if you want to join. Beware, Trader Podcast, that you're gonna have a hot mic but not a hot video. When you get here, let me know. Man, I look rough, dude. Look at me down here. Look at how rough I think I look rough. I think I look pretty rough today. Maybe it's just how I see myself. I don't know. Main screen right there. View. Admit. What's up, brother?
How's it going? How's it going?
Dude, good to see you, my man.
Yeah, same. I'm sorry you're not feeling
Oh, dude.
particularly great. So
I'm like worn out. I got to create, like this morning, we're having server issues. We're having, dude, we're just having all kinds of issues.
yeah,
Isn't that a beautiful look right there? It's like the dragon, right? The reversal. So gorgeous.
Yeah, I think we're gonna check the hourly trigger here on SPX.
Yep.
Maybe
Yes,
dip
sir.
below before we bounce again. This is
Let me show your screen, brother. Hang tight, brother. Hold on one second. I want to give you an internet hug too, man. Like, I want you to know that.
oh, thank you.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man, feel better, man. Sucks.
I don't know if I feel run down, and I feel like, or not my feeling, but physically my throat is killing me, but.
Yeah, no, don't suck as many dicks, man.
Exactly. It's been a hard week.
Yeah. I get it, man. You know, it's been a rough week for trading in general. It's kind of we've got everything. We've got balance days, we've got trend days, we've got a downward trend day that they're trying to like reverse into close.
Dude, why is this not? Oh, there we go. 1080. Yeah, dude. How many people you think got blown out yesterday that were long? And then how many people that were short got blown out on the open this morning? It had to be a ton of people, right?
Yeah, man. So
Let's be honest.
yeah. So I don't like shorting in general. I just
Let me share your thing here, man.
yeah. So I don't like shorting in general. I would rather I'm the kind of person who likes waiting for a dip and buying the dip. And yesterday I was in some positions that did not do well, but I
Oh no shit.
again towards the close. So you know that is what you're supposed to do.
Well, talk about the stress to the emotional toll, or the toll on your brain as that blood happens, and then all of a sudden it comes right back to where you were.
Right. So here's the other thing too, right? Like let me turn this into like an hourly chart or something, and I'm gonna turn off.
I got you on full screen too, brother.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'll turn off these so people can see.
I'm gonna be quiet, not talk at all while you do your thing, okay?
Right. So, you know, like the triggers are on here, and this is like a rough chart. This is not what I go by, but kind of gotta know, like some of us have been long for a very long time. So this little bit of blood is not really scary, especially like if you're on shares. Because that's the other thing too. Like I've said it before, we're at a kind of position where like we could go down, we could go up, and it start to like lighten up in the market, size down. And so I'm not doing as many option trades, but like I have shares that I bought, like down here, like early November, that I'm up huge on. So like why would I like really get that stressed out, Yeah, Nvidia's red today, but it's look where it is, man. Look where
Dude, it's right in its fucking buy zone too, and look where it is.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I have a line going back here, like just as a psychological line, plus I think some like intraday trades that happen. So I have this line at like 875.86, and that's kind of acting like a good pivot. If it breaks down below, holds below, that's
Dude, that just looks like range expansion.
yeah, it's not. Or like if you're like a TA nerd or something, it's kind of be like, hey, that's kind of like forming like a pennant in a
Oh, a
way.
pennant, huh?
So
That's how they see that, a pennant?
yeah, and then on Monday they got their thing going on. They've got an event. So
Oh yeah, what about the event? Talk about that.
yeah, so I don't know. I mean, they're having like a conference that they're holding, and like there's going to be a whole bunch of companies that are going to be coming and speaking about how they're partnering with NVIDIA in like this AI setting or this data center setting, and all of that jazz. So like it's a positive thing, and like it's supposedly a positive thing. Like if we were like touching 1,000 before like that event even like happened, I'd be like, oh man, this is gonna be a sell the news thing.
Yeah, that's right.
I'd be worried.
That's right.
But we have upside.
You do.
That's what I kind of like seeing. That's what I kind of like seeing in like Apple's earnings too. Like I like it when Apple like does not run into earnings. It kind of like falls into earnings.
Dude, every single time, man.
Yeah. Have I told you the theory of the Apple?
Dude, I used to trade Apple, dude, for years. I would, if we ran into earnings, a few times they had a split, but other than that, always bad fucking news.
Yeah,
or sell the news.
Yeah, sell the news. I kind of feel like since late COVID, like since like when lockdown started to end and stuff, what I've started noticing in quarterly earnings for Apple is that there'll be like a news article like a week or 2 weeks before Apple's earnings, saying like setting the bar really low, being like, hey, Apple's gonna like, China stuff is not going that well, or the M2 chip did not sell as many units in like the desktop market and whatnot. News like that will come out. It'll start a downtrend on the stock, and then Apple will come out and basically, give really good news, and Apple stock just jumps on ER, and it's kind of really funny to like watch that happen, because I'm like, at least the last 3 quarters it's happened. Like I've noticed it, that there's like bad news that comes out like 2 weeks before ER, and Apple doesn't like kind of tags into ER and then kind of like pumps a little bit off of ER, then eventually like it might fade, not fade. So I kind of feel like they always try to control the narrative when Apple's ER is coming. And speaking of Apple, last I checked, Apple was up on the day.
Google's up too, man.
Yeah, so it's kind of like we're seeing
and Netflix still looks sexy as hell too.
Yeah, the Qs are like barely red, but what is QQQ? Sorry, QQQE. Yeah, that QQQE is more red. That is 0.64% down compared to 0.12 on that. But even that is getting to the point that we're sitting on the daily trigger, and you're like, you should buy this dip on QQQE. Like this is a tech dip to buy.
There's a couple of things too. Just quickly looking at that right there. Scale that back in on Nasdaq. See how crazy it gets down there when you do touch the daily trigger, and you're like, we're in a 1 minute chart, and everybody's like, doom. And you see some explosive down V-shaped recoveries that are hella volatile, right? I mean, just look at that action that took place down there.
Yeah, like this is the 21st of February, like area, like where around noon it just kind of like went under the daily trigger, and then next day, where were we on the 22nd? at 8 a.m. You're like right up here. You know, it like negated all that entire move. So, you know, we are getting like we just tagged the daily trigger. I expect like this to be like a massive bounce into tomorrow or something, tomorrow or Monday. There's the other thing too. I kind of wanted to talk about this. I was looking at Nvidia today because last week Nvidia on Friday, that ZODTE play was like a 2,500% play when people bought puts. And today it's and Nvidia like going into today like tanking this much. I just feel like it's kind of crazy how they've sold 1.31 billion of call delta and bought 234 million of put delta. So that's like 1.36 billion total negative delta. It's kind of come off since it's kind of come off a little bit since like 120 or so. But that's just kind of impressive. Like people are like getting out of Nvidia. Why? Why are they getting out of Nvidia right now? So it's kind of interesting to me. And I was looking at like trying to like read the put and call level. So 870 was the put wall. We went and tagged that and we bounced from that today. I bring this live prices up. You will see we went and tagged, we went under there. And every time that happened, we had,
It's like a magnet, dude.
Yeah, so the put wall is a good area always to like kind of take longs off of. The magnet is this hedge wall at 875. But we've got the call wall right above at 900, and there's a significant amount of gamma there. And if I pull up the history, let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. So what you see here, like, is the call wall was at 1,000 last week, well, or to begin the week on the 11th.
Mm-hmm.
And since then it's kind of gone down to 900 and kind of stayed at 900. But tomorrow, 315 is a top gamma expiry and a top delta expiry for about 50% of the gamma on Nvidia is going to expire today, and about a quarter of all the delta is going to expire. Sorry, is going to expire tomorrow, and a quarter of all the delta is going to expire tomorrow. And 75% of puts are going to expire tomorrow. And that made me really think, like, okay, what the hell? Like, why are so many puts expiring? And about 65% of the calls expiring. And so when we go to the put and call chart again, see, like, there might be a whole bunch of these puts that are expiring. So that could actually give a lift to Nvidia into close tomorrow.
I was thinking about that about Tesla too.
Yeah, Tesla, by the way, is at the quarterly trigger. Let's look at Tesla. We can.
Yeah, they're at their quarterly trigger, and you're gonna get quarterly puts expiring.
Yeah, and so let's look at that. So the put wall was at 170, so we're below that right now.
I need to hit 200 by the 28th or something.
Oh yeah, are you going long?
I've been long.
Yeah, you were in that call spread, right?
I'm in calls for I was green and then they rolled it down, but I'm still in like this. I didn't really get them too far outside the money.
Yeah.
So I just needed to come back by the 28th, but I don't know, or like next week at some point. And I was hoping for much higher. And I think we're at 170 this morning, so I'm like, it's not. I think it was 170 or something like that this morning. I might lose that trade, but of the 4 or 5 trades I'm in, it's the only one that I'm really afraid of.
Gotcha. Yeah, dude. Okay, come on, Tesla. It's like I got logged out. That's crazy. It's never. But yeah, let me just pull up all that logs in. Tesla. Yeah, man. So it's down at all the way at the quarterly trigger. I know I saw that earlier today. Yeah, it's like below it. Last time it was the quarterly trigger. Quarterly trigger was at like 138, and it went down all the way to like 103. So that's like a $35 down. So like we're higher. If we go like another $30 down from here, like around 130, like I might start accumulating shares at that point. I don't know, man. There's too much drama with Musk right now, man.
Dude, what is going on with him, dude? It is
This is, he was the reason when he pumped up the stock. It was, he was the reason the stock went up that much, and now he's the reason the stock's going down. And plus, EVs seem to be dying in general in the market. Like 2024 is not the year of the EV. So people are realizing that hybrids are still the best of both worlds technologies that are out there. So, and in a lot of cases, more value for money compared to what you get with an EV, just because of the high costs of the metals that go into an EV. So, I kind of do feel that Tesla is not really a. I mean, the stock is trading a stock is different than the company, right? We all agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I just feel like right now there's like the macro narrative around EVs is weighing down on the sector, and Tesla is feeling that pressure.
So Joe and I were having a conversation. It's a weird thing. So I keep getting asked on Twitter about this, and people are like, well, "What do you think about Tesla here?" And I was like, it's going to get rolled down to the depths of hell. So I have two conversations going on Twitter, right? First conversation is, they're like, where are we going? I go, well, we're probably going down to this is when we're bouncing.
Right.
I'm like, we're probably going, or I don't even know where to see that. If you go to where we are right now, the third bounce higher, where we are on the quarterly trigger, not that one, but the two above it. People were like, "What are your thoughts on Tesla here?" And I got two fucking thoughts. I've got a thesis that my main thesis is that we are going down to at least close the gap at the prior big low that we had down there. So that I think that's at $96. There's one tiny gap that did not get closed, and that bothered me that they left it behind. Now that one right there is a big one. Then there's another gap down below in the 60s, below that $76. Where is it right now? It's trading 78 down there. That 6-month trigger.
Right.
There's another gap down there just above it. If you look, there's a fucking gap down there, right there,
Yep,
fucking gap right there, dude. And I think we're ultimately going there. But people are like, well, why are you buying calls? And even when I bought them, I was like, as a matter of fact, on the stream, I was like, it's dangerous. I was like, this is the one time on the daily velocity being at minus 100 that I'm not, that we're in danger of the crash in Tesla, right? So so I'm telling two stories, but at the same time, what they did was they pinned Tesla as the daily trigger came down and crashing down on top. So that trade was a squeeze trade. Like we squeeze up to $200, possibly 260. And what they fucking did was they fucking pinned it. They didn't crash it. They just pinned it long enough for that shit to come rolling down. And now, like, you're losing your 260 becomes 240, then it becomes 220. And this is just the top end. I thought 200 was like, very reasonable. They just started dropping that shit down. So now, because of that pin, you're seeing the roll down, and it's happening faster and a more accelerated way. So for me, at least, my ultimate thesis is I do see and have always seen, especially the past like 3 months and even 6 months, we're going the fuck down to close those fucking gaps. But that doesn't mean you can't trade it up from there anyways. And the other scary thing for me always on Tesla, dude, is I have been in Tesla too many times with that thesis and watched it fucking rip 100 points in 3 days. So
so I hope it prints for you, man. I am not in Tesla, and
I think I diamond hit it to the fucking death, because I wouldn't be shocked to come in with like 3 days left and it just goes up 100 fucking points.
Yeah, I know. It's just though, like at this point, 100 points on that to 260. Wow.
I'm telling you, man, I've been in those trades, so I've had shit go from $1 to $26. So I've been in them. I've made that money. So
no, I mean
I've lost enough at this point in the fucking trade that I don't care.
Yeah. So, anyways, this kind of like demand zone, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of like an area where we could see like a bounce that kind of fits in with the whole, like 130, 137, like that area, like where I would want to.
So you think you're gonna be just out hanging out there over there, or no?
I think we're gonna like try and get down there. There's also another thing. If you kind of like look at this, it's kind of ugly. I don't know if it plays out, but this. Let me draw a line right here too. And there's this line down here. Treat this bottom gold line, if you guys can see it. This bottom gold line, treat that as a neckline, and it should be kind of higher, I guess. Like technically, it should be here, where we've kind of have like an ugly head and shoulders thingy going on, like a left shoulder, a head, a right shoulder. I could see it like plummeting down, man. Like that's the thing. I don't think it's gonna be fast. I think it's gonna be like this, just random pumps there too, and then comes down. But I would not want to like buy it till like 135, 137. Like there is where I would like really, because if you see like right here, that's where like there was a lot of buyers last time. There's like it contracted. It worked its way in this zone. So I would want to wait to see till down here before like I decide that I want to like long Tesla or not. Right now, I'm not shorting Tesla. I don't like shorting in general. So like this is just kind of like where I think a part of trading is also letting the trade develop, right? Letting it come to you, and once you're in it, letting it execute.
I've never lost a trade on that hour or that daily trigger. This will be the first one I've lost ever.
Yeah, man.
So this is like the 1 out of 10 trades.
Yeah, and
if it even happens, if I win this trade, right, I'm going to come back on Twitter and be like, "Fuck all of you."
Yeah, no, that's
you were wrong and I was right.
I hope it prints really hard for you, man. Even
that's not that bad, dude. I've made so much money on other trades. I'm right around like 7 out of 10 wins right now, so I'm doing very well. But that fucking trade in particular grinds my ass.
Yeah. So, anyways, since I'm on here, and one of the things I do is if you guys want me to like look at something, a ticker, I'll be happy to look that up. Right now, this is the SPX consolidated call deltas, or just SPX now. So let's do consolidated deltas, and we are seeing some bottoming in the negative deltas. If I break that out, man, I need to find my glasses. Can't see right now. Took my contacts out. Yeah, so we're seeing like a little bit of like longer dated put selling that's happening, but today a lot of puts, 0DTE puts were put on. About 3.2 billion in 0DTE put delta was put on, and only 97 million in call delta. We're going to see that reverse a little bit, I think, towards close. We are at 243 peak gamma. So after this, the decay starts becomes very, very rapid into close. So this is where you kind of see a closing out of existing positions and opening up newer positions either for tomorrow or for end of day, because a lot of these dynamic hedging algorithms, they like to take advantage of the last 75 minutes of trading. So I am hoping for a nice big fat bounce into close. Ideally, because I'm a degen like my friend Cap here, I want to get over 5180. We on SPY in pre-market, we made all-time highs. I want to make them in the cash session, because that would really, really mess with a lot of bears.
So you think we're gonna do a full return to the scene of the crime today?
I want them to. Do I think it's gonna happen? Probably not. But
I'm buying some right now.
How much are 5180s?
It's not letting me. The fuck is going on?
5180.
I have a frozen. My tasty fucking sucks, dude, right now.
Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, they're like 12.5 cents or 15 cent ask.
I'm taking 5/16s.
All right, that's right.
They're fucking 15
I guess
cents,
we can keep an eye out on this.
I haven't had a trade all morning, so if I can close some shit this morning, I'm just fucking sitting here. So I'm gonna take something here. I know it's very risky. By the way, if you're listening in right now, do not follow me in this trade. You will lose all of your money.
So this is the other this is the ticker I mentioned. Like I've been getting a tingle about this. It's Square. I'm like looking into it. So maybe since you're on here, maybe we can both talk about it and see like what you see. I
Sweet.
So it
Let's
has
watch
this
this
like
happen.
nice. What just happened on what?
I'm on some fucking zero dates, so.
Oh, let's see.
Let's party, dude. It's the end of the day. What time is it? 2:46. We got an hour.
Yeah, we got an hour. Yeah.
Let's do the creepy crawly up the Wally.
I would like that. But anyways, this is a trade I've been like looking at. Square. Ignore this money right here. Stuff need to be there. And I'm just looking at it, and it kind of seems like I want to like start like collecting shares on this, man. Like it had this like really nice squeeze yesterday, like right off of open, like off of this level. Kind of gave all that up today, given like all the doom and gloom we got. But it's 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 on a nice like solid like uptrend. Options positioning is starting to kind of look good on it. You know, I'm like, do I want to buy this or not? I don't know. What are your thoughts on Square? What do you see? This is Block, by the way. Sorry, it used to be called Square, but it's SQ.
I gotta answer this. I'm doing some hold on one quick second. I gotta take care of one guy we're having server issues today. Created a
Can I
group chat.
increase my display resolution? Actually, what I will need to do for that is reduce my display resolution so everything is bigger. Give me 1 second.
Okay, so you're gonna take a look at Bork. You want me to Bork? You want me to take a look at Block?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so what are your thoughts on Block? And I'll tell you what I think about Block. Hold on. I used to lose a lot of money with Block. I could never quite. I always felt like I was getting. I always felt like it was too meme-ish.
It is kind of meme-ish. It is a somewhat. I need to turn pivots off.
Come on.
It is kind of meme-ish, but I see this bounce off of the weekly trigger, and then it's kind of showing strength. The daily trigger is climbing up with it. So
let me see. You got a nice little squeeze there, right? Gorgeous squeeze.
Yeah, it went and checked the monthly trigger, rejected off of that. I think it's going to consolidate here between here and the quarterly trigger while the daily catches up. So I kind of want to start collecting shares on this. I think it might be a good swing trade.
Dude, that fucking we're in this fucking pickle here with we're in this fucking pit, dude. This like we are literally tied into 5180 and 5150.
Yeah, it's like two of the strongest gamma zones.
Yep.
And so
I noticed that last night. I'm like,
you know, the true fucking trade for tomorrow would be that they pin us at 516.
Dude, if those buyers had shown up on the open, boom, they didn't. We had none of that volume spike from that trade this morning.
No.
Okay, so what are your thoughts here? Tell me what you think about Block again. Tell me your thesis
so Block
here.
Again. My thesis is I think as well, if the economy tightens, you're going to see more usage of technologies serviced by Block.
Okay.
Same thesis as like what people are saying about PayPal. It's fintech. It's kind of also beaten up. If we are going to get loosening, their business is going to go up too, because businesses in general are going to make more money. People are going to be out and spending a little bit more. So we're going to see that too. So on both sides, it kind of looks attractive. Plus on the chart, on Square, what I was saying was it bounced off the weekly trigger.
I see the breakout forming here. This is beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, so I am breakout on Square.
No, I'm on a daily trigger here, and I'm on the daily time zone, and the monthly is fucking beautiful. Like it is gorgeous for a move higher. Gorgeous.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I'm thinking.
Monthly velo is really nice here.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's going to go down in the, no, not down, up. Yeah, I see it going up. I'm on the up trade. I think you're going to get a squeeze, dude. I'm bullish here.
I don't want to buy options. I kind of want to just sit and chill here as with as many shares as I can collect. I did buy some options today, but they were 85 Cs for next Friday, and I bought them for 92 cents a piece, and I only bought a handful. So it's not even a big trade, but I'm collecting shares at this. I want to keep collecting shares around between the 80 and the, I want to say like 80, 50, and like, the 70, $78 range. I think that's where I want to continue collecting
You know,
shares.
I do want to say something to you.
Yeah.
It trades like such a fucking meme even still. I'm looking at it. Like when it bloods, it bloods huge.
Yep. And that's why I don't want to do options. I'm okay with holding shares, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a buyer of this unless it was right after a bloodbath.
Gotcha.
And it's up already
guess
from
we'll wait for
60
that
to
then.
80, 93. So I'll be honest. I'd love to see like 2 weeks of blood, maybe even a month or two of blood. When this shit bloods, it looks like, and there's a gap down below here too, right? That needs closed up. 69.13.
Oh man, they're gonna go for it for just the memes. At
69.13, I'd be down for that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I gotta use a different, like I changed the resolution so I can't really see candles. I might have to turn all that triggers off.
I mean, when that thing fucking bloods, dude, it's like a month and a half, 2 months of just straight selling, right?
Yeah, yeah, like this thing right here when it like newt, and that was about, oh wow, that's actually, so this candle right here is July.
I got to interrupt you here. Just heads up, you're getting a rollover right now in SPY. They're trying to sell you down. If you do get that second bear cross confirmation, we're going to go to the depths of hell right now. So be extremely careful here. Downside target if bulls lose this. First target is the prior low at 512.75, but ultimately you're looking for a target of 511.29. Be extremely careful. It's about to cross right now. It'll go straight red bar down too. We're about 5 minutes away from that happening. It's 2:53. 7 minutes left until sour hour or power hour.
Yeah. Oh man, that's it's gonna be a painful trade.
Or what?
Anyways, I was like, it's gonna be painful trade. I'm just changing. I'm just putting in stops on these calls.
Oh, dude, I'm up I made so much fucking money yesterday and today that I think that I don't care. I want to see if they do the creepy crawly up the Wally.
Yeah.
It's DevX day, baby. Pay them dividends.
Yeah, they got to buy into close, right?
I think well, my own thesis. The one problem for me was we didn't get the volume and the call buy in this morning, so that's a fucking problem. But with it being OPEX and DivX, they want to generate cash, right? So I'm going to stay in this trade, right? Probably to 4.15. I don't know if they do it at like between 4 and 4.15, but I want to see if they take it away from people.
Right. As you can kind of see on my screen now, there's about 4.8 billion of negative delta on the S&P 500 complex that came in today.
Mm-hmm.
And 3.48 billion of that was 0 DTE. So you net those out and can kind of see that people did buy during the day. There was a fair bit of longer dated call buying, but I don't know the strikes off the top of my head. I'll have to see tomorrow. But there's 7 billion of puts, non-zero DTE. Well, including zero DTE bought today. And because zero DTE was about 3.75 billion of puts, you're looking at an additional like negative delta. And this negative delta is much larger than this positive delta. We look at the implied volatility chart, the IVOL, which is live. Let's compare it to yesterday and go to today. And vol is for today, it's a little bit higher by about 6% at spot. but overall, it hasn't gone up too much since close yesterday. And if we look at the term structure is still sitting within this 90th percentile and 10th percentile cone. So this is today, high day,
Yeah.
expiration. Current spot vol is 19.87%. Tomorrow, tomorrow's vol is 14.33% and Monday's vol is 9.58%. So it's kind of telling me that that nobody's really buying puts that much going into, like, it might be a little higher than where it was yesterday. Let's add that so we can see it. It's a little bit higher. You can see like the difference in the gray line and the teal line. It's a little bit, but it's not particularly um, uh, high. Still for tomorrow, it still remains at less than 15% volatility. So we'll see what the straddle goes out for tomorrow for OPEX. But yeah, this might, remember, this volatility might also go up as we kind of sell into close.
I'm gonna actually hold on. I'm gonna buy some calls for tomorrow too. Hold on here.
So yeah, if you guys are in chat and you want me to Turkey McNugget speaking into existence, NVIDIA 795 tomorrow. Turkey about to be super sour. Turkey McNugget with a happy name like that. You're such a bear. I love you, bro. Let's see, where are we?
I got 4 or 520s for tomorrow expiry. Those are fucking cheap as fuck too.
Like 7-8 cents at least.
Nah, I think I got them for 5. I just turned my fucking I just turned off Tasty Trade by accident, so I gotta turn it back on.
So yeah, okay. QQQ kind of, it's got a bearish cross on it. On the 1 minute and the 5 minute triggers. SPY.
All right, super bearish cross. We got a 1 and 5 minute cross, a second one. We had the first one above, so it's pretty fucking bearish. We have a target down below of 511.50.
Yeah.
Then we also have the hourly trigger. It's kind of still coming down. It's flattening, but kind of coming down. But I do have I'm sitting in calls for the end of the day today and for tomorrow. They're dirt fucking cheap, so. And there's another reason why I took them too.
NVIDIA is also, doing like some consolidation right above the 5 minute trigger.
Yeah, I got us hitting 520 by tomorrow. I don't want to say that because I don't think it's going to happen, but I got 520 for tomorrow as a target. I bet you everybody's like all out there going, "Oh my god, he's crazy. We're going to crash."
I don't know if I have live. Maybe let's see if I have hero for VR.
I do see 511 coming into play right here, but I want to trade that tomorrow. It's not many. I've got 25 of each, so it's not a ton.
Unfortunately, I do not have VRT on the live options flow, but I have it here on your on like what the gamma looks like and everything for it. 75 is your call wall. Where is the live levels there? You're kind of, they kind of
3 o'clock, gang. You've got a power hour or sour hour. S&P 500 looking like it wants to trade down to 511.25. So be careful down here if you're a seller. You've got it. It's all yours right now. 511.25. Good. Sorry.
Oh no, it's cool. I'm just looking at this. So
SQ is trying to break above 2 right now, bro. It's trying to squeeze above that monthly trigger right now.
QQQ is definitely puking. What's VIX doing?
I don't know. I've got a bunch of like server issues right now I'm dealing with. Hold on.
Gotcha. VIX is at 1450. If I, let's see. Oh, I'm just showing that I was.
I got 1421 in the 1 minute. Are you watching the 9-day VIX or are you watching the regular VIX?
I'm just watching the regular VIX. I would actually, what I will probably do is just go here. And I will try and VIX and see what that's looking like. If there's actually like calls on it. Ah, interesting. This is very, very interesting. You guys see this? This is there were puts sold earlier on VIX and some calls sold earlier, like around the same time. And VIX is right about the same price where it was at that point. So they just earned a bunch of money. Yeah, this is telling me that VIX might pump a little bit into tomorrow, because the light blue line is weekly VIX calls. So they're saying short term VIX is going to pump. That's why they're selling puts on it. But long term, outside of this nearest expiry, they're selling calls on the VIX. So which means that longer term, they think VIX is going to go down again. So VIX pumping means people are going to demand puts. It's kind of tied into each other. And we are kind of seeing that, right? We're seeing a heavy bid to the put side, this blue line that keeps going down on the SPX complex, which means that people expect major downsides, and therefore VIX is going to pop. So that's kind of like, that's why I wanted to look at the VIX, because that will usually tell you like what the market is trying to do positioning wise. Going a small pump into the next VIX expiry, and then then VIX is going to get crushed again. That's why they're selling calls on it. So, anyways, what else? So sorry, we were looking for VRT. That was one of the things I had been asked. I do not have, as I said, live flow for it, but we can look at it in Equity Hub. It went above its call wall. Its call wall is at 75. I would want to look at its history, and a lot of there's a fair bit. Oh man, where is this? This is kind of really annoying. Excuse me while I find this. Okay, there you go. We're getting about the same amount of calls and puts expiring tomorrow on the monthly expiry, and it's a fair bit of gamma. So I think its price is going to be a lot more flexible. It's going to have a lot more freedom to move. The call walls remain steady. It's like put wall actually has come up from 57.5 to 63. Yeah, they don't expect it to go down. Options market is not expecting it to go down. Otherwise, the call walls wouldn't have. The put walls wouldn't have rolled up. I would have liked the call walls to have rolled up too, but the call walls have been for over a week have been at 75. So I hope that answers your question. Is there anything else you guys want me to look at? Rivian, somebody's talking about that. It's the same.
Let me read the chat for you right now, brother.
Lots of put buying and call selling on Rivian today.
It says, hold on a second, let me bring my microphone over here closer. I think I have the wrong glasses on too, maybe. Do I have the wrong shades on? I'm getting some like vision issues. EVs on sale in real life and in the stock market. Cap need book map. Rivian looking like it'll drop to S3, $10.46 or lower to my eyes. Sold 10% of my stock at $10.75, but what a disaster coming up. Nino, why are you not just sitting in it forever, man, until it pays? Like, why do you? I don't like I guess I understand selling a stock if it's going bankrupt, private, or if you have a reverse stock split, you'll get a quick rip. But I don't know why you would sell Rivian. What's the panic? I don't know. I don't know why you would. I guess buying stock. Are you paranoid about bankruptcy or something?
I mean, I would be trying to sell 10 P's here, man.
Yeah. So Nino talks a lot about Rivian, and I'm like, I realize that like, I guess like if you, whenever I own a stock, if I'm upside down, unless it's in day, so only twice. Only twice. This will be my second time. Of all the stock I've ever owned, I've only lost from owning it once where it got sent to the pink sheets, and then I've got one more for my first time. If you just leave that shit on, usually, I mean, not always. If you're buying like a stock at like fucking $500, that's $1 stock. Yeah, it's never coming back. But Rivian, what's it trading? $10 right now? What's trading?
Yeah, man. It's like below. It's like it made all-time lows today.
Yeah, dude. Look at its monthly velocity. Like, why would you sell that here?
Oh, this is where you'd be selling 10 P's, man.
Yeah, dude.
This
like,
is where you'd be.
you
Like,
should be selling exactly. How many of that shit, Nino? How much of that do you own, bro? Nino, Nino, this is the worst fucking time to sell that ticker. I'm sorry. I mean, not financial advice, but
yeah, dude, I wouldn't sell it here.
even if you went down to $8, sell $5 fucking puts or something.
Yeah, find a price that where you can lower down your average cost, right? Like where you would go to. Find out how much.
Oh, dude, Nino, do not. I'm giving you. How about this? This is financial advice. He wants to sell 10,000 shares of Rivian. Dude, Nino, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be fucking serious with you, man. You've been talking about that Rivian shit for like 6 months. I'm going to be honest with you. Put the fucking laptop down with that Rivian shit. Trade in another stock or something. Like, stop staring at it every day. Like, snap a line above what you want to make some profit on, and don't fucking look at that ticker ever again until it sends you an email.
Yeah.
No way, Nino. No.
Don't sell that, man. 10,000 shares. Like if you're under on them, don't sell them that way.
Oh, you said I sold 1,200. Why though? Why would you sell at a low? Why would you sell 1,200? I don't know why you do that.
You could have sold. Like, hold on. Let me tell you. So let me look up something really
God.
quick.
Crying over here.
Like,
Brain's hurting.
I will tell you another thing you could do. You don't have cash to sell cash secured puts. You have calls. I get it. Sorry, you have shares. Let me look up something on Rivian right now.
Nino, please. You should be selling puts on that ticker, man.
Or here's the thing. You could sell a $15 call for January right now for $2.15. So you actually would, if it hits $15 in a year, you're up 50% from where it is right now. Plus, your shares go away at $15. You've made 50% more from where it is right now. Plus, you get to pocket $2.15.
I can't, like, I can't wrap my head around selling stock. I can't. I mean, I can if you're like, yeah, I bought this stock at $1,000 and it was like, I don't know, $100 last year or something. No, that I could be like, well, I guess you're in for 10 years, but like Rivian, it might not. I mean, that's a meme stock. I don't know, man. I wouldn't be taking that out. I said this is financial advice. I shouldn't be saying that either.
No. I mean,
So not financial advice, but if it was me,
this is an option you could look at.
I would not be staring at it, man. No way, dude.
And honestly, at this point, I don't.
Like, this the only thing I guess I would give you this only financial advice. Seriously, stop looking at it every day. Just like stop. Like, I collect shit all the time. Like, I say that I'm not in the market, but I got a bunch of shit out there. Like, I got fucking crypto out there. I got this RGF shit out there. I'm not even looking at it. I'm just like, I got a fucking line at $6. I got a line at $3. If it hits, I take the money and run. I bought fucking I did make a mistake. I bought what did I do? I bought Luna and it cranked on the bottom and I got the alert and I was busy. So I guess that you can get trapped even if it goes higher, but dude, like I don't know, man. Underline.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you. I can't see the chat right now. Why not? Why can't I see the chat? I don't know
Or
why I
maybe
can't
because
see the
my
chat.
screen is being shared.
I'm reading it across the way over here, but like, let me ask you guys in the chat. What are your thoughts with Nino? What's the chat's thoughts on it? What do you guys think about? Let me ask you guys a question in the chat on, especially on Twitch. Do you guys capitulate on stock buying? Let me ask you guys that. Be honest. Don't lie in the chat and be like, I diamond hand until whenever. Just be like, do you guys ever sell for big L's and then it comes back? Do you sell for big L's and you're grateful? Are you buying it on really super highs or what? So Waterboy is saying he thinks it goes to 5. Don't sell it. Don't look at it. Sell calls. You revenge trade it. That's the short. So short seller ST is here, or ST short seller's here, and he's saying the same thing. I agree with that short seller. Like he can't stop staring at it. Dude, I don't know. You know what? I'll be honest. I actually don't have any family, but I have friends that work for Rivian. They're not going anywhere from my perspective. From over what they've told me, they're not going anywhere. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of the Tesla engineers that were against FSD not using LiDAR, those guys, like a whole bunch of their engineers are some of the OG Tesla engineers. Those guys are believers, like that they believe. So I don't know, man. Or at least from a fundamentals perspective. And I know those guys or some of those engineers personally. I go skiing with them. And they've never hinted to me that like Rivian was a scam or anything like that.
I mean,
Oh, hold on, we got a good one. Doug Fuller's making a good point here. He said yes, so he has. So a 7% stop loss on every common stock. Been doing it for 30 years. I may rebuy it back, but I always cut my losses no larger than 7%, no exception. That's good advice too. I like that, Doug. Doug says if he loses 7%, he's out.
so I have a question for you, Doug. For the other side, what if your stock is up 7%? Do you trim some? Do you take some off?
Yeah, Doug, do you trim at 7% or what's the thesis? Maybe Doug can chime in here right now.
Yeah, looks like we're going for your for 511, man.
Let me look.
We're not getting that 518 today.
I'm not going to add any more 0 dates here, but I am going to add more 420s for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not buying any of this bullshit. It's so fucking cheap, I just can't not buy them.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Waterboy. Like, if like instead of selling the 12 stock, like 1,200 shares at whatever price, if he had sold, 15 C's on it for January, he's still capturing, even if it doesn't get up there, he's capturing $2.15 per share on top of that. And then after that, like if it gets up there, he still gets to pocket that premium and the shares get called away at 15. He still made more money than selling them right now.
I want to know from Doug what he thinks.
And even if it goes down, yeah, I want to hear from Doug too.
Why for tomorrow? Why don't I give myself more time? I got a whole bunch of reasons for that. What are you saying? Not 420, it's 520. Sorry. If I said 420, I mean 520. The reason I don't give more time is usually the risk in market versus payoff. We should discuss that one day. So that was a good question. So I can take this trade at 15 cents or 6. So I just took I have some 0 dates on for 6 cents for today, right? And then I've got a trade on for tomorrow, right? So if let's say I put on a trade that's a week or a month from now, and it costs me $5 or $6, I have a lot of risk there. If the market goes against me at any point and I don't make a bunch of money, I lose a ton of money, right? The risk reward for me is not there. So if I'm spending 10 cents, 20 cents, and I have a DCA of 20, 30, 40, I'm not looking to take that trade off for, I don't know, a 30% win. I'm looking for like 4, 5, 6, 700%. I can take that risk 5, 6, 7 times and still beat your 10 or 20% that you're trying for on $5. And where we are right now. So where you're putting risk on a high, I'm putting risk on where it's dangerous. So the potential profit for me is way different than being above. Now, us being at the end of the day here, it's like it's what time is it right now? 3:16. This is ex-div day, so I don't believe this shit. Like, if you sit here right here, and it's like if we went up 30, 40 points in the end of today, you'd say, "Oh wow, he's amazing. He's so smart." All right. So I know we're blasting down right now, but this is a time for me to buy, not on a high. So break down here somewhere. I'm kind of happy right now, and even if they burn, I don't mind. As a matter of fact, I want to buy more 520s if it continues to bleed right at fucking 4 p.m. So I will add and add and add and add and add. Well, I've only bought the 2 sets, but if we continue down lower, I will buy 520s for tomorrow too. Yeah, they're too cheap. No reason not to. Yeah, there's a big discussion about this. I hear this all the time. People are like, why don't you take the tax benefit off SPX, right? I hear that fucking argument all the time, too. So if I'm trading 0 dates, the only thing to trade is SPY. And that is why there's so much volume on it. When you see dealers doing it, when you see large players doing it, it's because of the cost. It costs nothing. If they burn, you're not blowing anything up. It's great protection on the downside for underlying. So let's say I own a stock for $10. Let's say I own SPY. Let's say I own SPY today, right, for $512. It is cheaper for me to load the fuck up out of dirt cheap 0 date puts, right? So if SPY goes up $2 or $3 and I own fucking shit tons of SPY shares, that hedging is so cheap on SPY that I don't care. So if we move up a couple for $2 or $3, I'm fine. If we move down, right, I'm going to cover that $2 or $3 with massive, like, amplified gains. So I get asked a lot of times by retail traders, and the reality is that large holders are trading 0 dates. It's cheap. And this is another crazy part about this. I hear this shit, and I understand it. And in New Matter of Fact Trader Podcast, you've said this, right? And I love it because people say, I'm going to tell you guys a story. I'm going to tell you guys a story, okay? Can I switch over really quick, Trader Podcast?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Right on. I want to tell you guys a story. I shouldn't tell this story, but I'm gonna. I want to tell you guys something, okay? One time, and I'll never say it again. I always hold my tongue on this. Okay? Maybe I'll go to a talking to viewers. Let me tell you something. Okay? I'm a streamer. Okay, I'm a streamer. I have thousands of people that watch this show. When I stream more consistently, my viewership goes up. And we are streaming more consistently now, right? I am also at a point with followers that you have on stream, on YouTube and Twitch, where I will begin to exponentially grow. This is a true conversation. Like, I'm your friend in real life, and you and I are sitting here, and this isn't like big audience, you and I. At some point, I'm going to have 10,000, 15,000 people watching every day, right? So along this path that we are on as a group and a community and friends, real friends, right? Real online internet friends. I have been approached to be sponsored. I have been approached with fucking crypto pumps and dumps, NFTs, all that kind of stuff. And I want to tell you that when I get approached by prop trading firms, right, to push prop trading, I want you to know something out there. When they show me what you're doing with prop trading out there, guess how many of you blow up your accounts and come back every week with another $250 or $500? Take a guess. A wild ass guess. About 99% of you. 99. 99. Do you know why that is? And that's a higher percentage than stock buyers. It's a higher percentage than option traders. It's a higher percentage than complex spread traders. Do you know why, though? And this is the dirty little secret. The dirty little secret is if that trade goes against you, what happens? Trade podcast, you tell them what happens.
You blow up.
Say it. You blow up.
Those accounts are made to be blown up.
That's right. And I need you to know that out there. This is a very serious private conversation. Now, I understand people like trading futures. I understand on Globex. I understand how you put your stops in. And if you're a great futures or options trader, futures or Globex trader, it's good for you. But I want you to know that the vast majority and of course, if I was a day-to-day futures trader, I'd want you to trade that with me too. I understand that, especially if I was a good one, right? So I get that. But I'm going to tell you something. If you ever approached by the people that do the prop trading, right, and they offer you a deal, they show you that 99% of them blow up their accounts, and that's one of the biggest dangers. And I would also direct you to Jedi Marcus on FinTwit. That guy's a pit trader, and he has made multiple posts about this, right? Like the micro is nothing. I'm telling you out there that people fucking blow up those. There's no way to come back. So for me, and I can do that, right? Blow up an account. I know what I'm good at, what I'm bad at. So I want you to know that the one key difference here is if I'm buying a 0 date or I'm buying a 1 date and it's tomorrow and they're dirt fucking cheap. I have what? What do I have? Trader Podcast. Limited risk, right?
Yeah, you're limited risk and you're playing a convex trade.
I have limited risk. So it's not like if it goes against me that I'm going to be sitting here from now until tomorrow. My wife and children are making dinner and I'm outside going, fuck, I'm down $150,000 right now. And that happens to people a lot. And that's why there are a lot of prop trading firms. That's the reason. Mm-hmm. You rationalize it in your head. Well, it's only $500, right? It's only $500. So, but if I come back next Friday, I can put another 500 in, right? And I'm not getting blown up. Now, I'm not going to tell you why you can do that. I'm not going to tell you why you can, because some of you probably know, but some of you probably don't. Why you can go in with $500 or $1,000, $1,500, whatever it is, $250. There's a reason for that. A lot of you aren't actually trading real money. Did you know that? You probably don't. That's horrible to say. Listen to me closely. A lot of you think that you are trading with real money. They tell you that you are, but they are not. And the reason that they don't care is because it's so few of you that they have to pay. And that is the truth. That is the absolute truth. It's one of the like craziest things out there. And I don't know if you guys know that. Some of you might know that, some of you might not. Defined risk is a beautiful fucking thing. It is gorgeous. I don't know how to, if you've ever been upside down with maintenance and the danger to blowing up an account or margin, it is not a good fucking feeling. I've been there. Matter of fact, my friend right now that's in this stream, and I mean friend, like we're talking all day long, he was in margin last week. It fucking sucks. You know what our conversations turn to? Margin, maintenance. It's like fucking 5 days of it. Now, I'm not pissed at him, and I'm not like mad at him, but that's what it consumes you when it's happening. And if you've never experienced that, or if you've never like bought stock on margin or any of that stuff, it fucking sucks. It sounds great, but once you're upside down, all those fucking fees and the eating and the climbing out of the hole, it is hard. Now that might be for somebody, but for me personally, I'm unwilling to do that. I pull my money out of the stock market. I place my biggest trades are like $50,000 fucking spreads, and that feeds me to day trade, right? Zero dates, gambling, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes I win on the money that I give myself on zero dates and day trading. Sometimes I take a huge L that week. But I'm gonna tell you something. I fucking sleep like a baby every single night. Some nights I don't when I'm holding overnight. I'll be honest. I get all wound up in that, but that's for me. I used to trade futures, and that's where that habit comes from. But I'm telling you guys out there, it is no fucking fun. If you've never been through it, it is a hard fucking pill. Sorry. All right, I'm done with the rant. Let me go back to. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries, man. I think everybody needs to hear that. Even I needed to hear that. I've been trading futures recently, as I've mentioned.
Yeah, and I have nothing against trading futures. I got nothing against prop trading either, brother. I like it. I've done it.
Prop trading. I trade my own money. I do it via Trade-O-Vate, so it's a little different.
Yeah, I've got no problem with people that trade futures. I respect people that trade futures, and I think Jedi does as well, and he trades futures too. But there is a like a discussion that no one likes to have about it too, right?
Yeah, man. No, I think everybody knows. Everybody who's shilling for Apex or giving like their codes or whatnot, affiliate codes, they know how Apex makes money.
I'm thinking more of the person that hasn't traded futures.
I
think Jedi's made that same distinction. Like if you've never traded futures or Globex,
yeah, I get it. It's also I don't enter a trade without like clicking the button that says stop loss, that says take profit.
Yeah.
Every trade has an upside target and a stop loss, because I don't want to blow up an account, and that's why, like I mentioned before, futures trading is also brutal because of the leverage, and so you have to time your entries just right.
Exactly, right?
Options are a little bit forgiving, like you and I. Yeah.
Well, and specifically, SPX is not nearly as liquid as SPY, is it?
No. Well, yeah.
No,
it's not. There's more contracts on SPY that are traded than SPX contracts.
Yeah, and the price of SPX. So some of the benefits, SPX is more stable, right? And volatility and pricing, it's way more stable, way more slow, I think. But do you disagree with that or no?
I don't think I necessarily agree with it. You might have to explain what you mean exactly, because
well, oftentimes I'll ask people, I'll say to them, what's the if we go from I always get this great conversation with people. I'll say to them, I always ask somebody, I'll say, okay, if the price of, like right now, if the price of SPY is $513, right? And we go to 520, what's the price of the option on the 0 date? And I always get the technical answer to that, right? It goes up $1, right? Per dollar should go up, right? Comparatively to your option, right? But that's not really true. You can get spikes of premium and interest and volatility within that option, especially options that don't have any intrinsic value. And people say, no, it'll never do that. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. I've sat there on opens with people with demand, and the price goes up even if the price isn't going up. The price of the option is going up while the price of the, do you get what I'm saying? So inside of those SPY options, you can have real volatility in the value of those options with no intrinsic value that have nothing to do with what you read in a book. Unlike, to me at least, SPX seems to be more stable in pricing regardless of the velocity of price. It's more stable to the mathematical equation, what should be worth or valued at. For me, at least, personally.
The theoretical value of the option is more congruent in SPX as opposed to...
Yeah, that's a better way to say it.
I agree with that. I could see that happening. There's also the factor of 10, right?
Yeah.
that options are expensive on SPX. So I really wish. So there's
like $100, $1,000, $5,000, not so bad. Laying out fucking 50 grand a day trade throughout the week, you're gonna be in the fucking poorhouse, right?
Yeah, right. And so SPX trades have to be like systematic and tactical for the average retail trader.
Yeah.
I wish there was more liquidity on XSP, which is
I do too.
the same tax structure. For those that don't know, it's the same tax structure as SPX, and it's 1/10. So it's more congruent with the price of SPY.
I wish more people would trade those.
I wish they did too, but there's just no liquidity. The spreads are like shit, man.
Oh, they're scary.
Yeah, and plus it's not on Robinhood. So
was it not on Robinhood?
No, that's a lot of traders don't know it. So,
I would like to see. I like that product a lot in thesis, but to get people over there, no one like that. I've been asked, like, when they first launched it, they were asking me to say something or talk about it on Twitter, and I was like, I don't know, man. I'd rather see another fucking 5 million people do it before I do it.
Right. So interesting thing, if you guys can see my screen, where my cursor is right now, that was the deltas at close on Friday, when we kind of just melted during the day, and I kind of tweeted about it too, about how it was, one of the highest negative delta days I had seen in a very long time on the hero indicator. We're right about there. We ended that day with a negative delta of almost 8 billion, 7.87 billion. And
I like MES options, David. I'm down with that.
You can trade MES options. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I like that. David's making us talking about options on MES. I like that too, David. I'm not talking about you either, David. I'm talking about, like, there's like a mantra. It's not you, it's not Trader Podcast, but on Twitter there's like this mantra, and it's like fed down everybody's throats. I think that everybody has their own poison or their own risk tolerance. It's like me with zero dates. Like, if I'm trading zero dates, if my account is a couple $100,000 and your account is $500, my risk is what, 0.01% that I'm risking, and someone else is like, this is my whole account. I'm going back to work at Pizza Hut on Friday if I blow it up. I'm trying to build an account right now. So even people's, like, what they're trying to do is different. So I get all that too. I just don't like the mantra that's out there that's like zero date traders suck. And like, I hear that on Twitter. Like, I joke that I'm a DJ gambler, but I don't get followed on, I'd say 70% of my trades, especially here on stream too, because it's boring, right? Nobody cares if I take on a trade that's a month out. Nobody cares if I take on a trade that's 2 weeks out or 3 months out, or I buy a stock and hold it for 6 months. Nobody gives a fuck about that. They want to hear, like, hey, trading zero dates today. Let's do it.
Yep.
That's all real, right? I don't know. I think it's real.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
I have Dixie up on my screen.
It looks great. I can see it. $1.03. It's good.
Yeah. And so the daily trigger is right above it.
Yep.
You think Dixie's about to rip faces, get above daily trigger, or it's going to be a hard time?
The thing about, I like Dixie around the $1.03 zone. I think we do, not think, but we know that we have the window for pricing to move now tomorrow, or beginning tomorrow into Monday. So my plan here is to try to start buying a shit ton of 10-cent puts. On stream, we've been on the market briefs at nighttime. Like, every time we're up at 520 or near it, just throw on 10-cent puts for next week as a cost of doing business. Yeah. So that's my only plan here.
That's the thing I think also we need to educate traders about, is buying puts at these levels, especially convex puts like the ones you're talking about, is like buying insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You don't buy a fire insurance or flooding insurance for your house hoping that a flood happens or a fire happens. It's in there in case it happens and you don't lose everything, right? So it's the cost of doing business, and that's
cost of doing business.
Yeah, don't. I don't want to promote the thinking that we're gonna die and we're gonna continue dying because I think we're really gonna die. But having puts to protect your portfolio, especially if you own the market, if you have money in the market, if you're long shares,
Yeah.
buying puts is just the cost of buying hedges. That's what they call hedges, right? It gives you time to get out without losing massive value in your portfolio.
Yeah, I think we're having this whole discussion about, are we going to go to the moon from here? Are we going to crash? Are we going to have a thank you. Excuse me.
I mean, the pain trade is sideways.
Well, so the pain trade is sideways, but people are like, we're going up, we're going down. I'm like, until we break below, if we break below the daily trigger and the hourly trigger follows, I will take the perspective of we're going to correct. Until then, and puts are so cheap. 10-cent puts for next Friday sound awesome to me. And not right here. I don't want 10-cent puts right down here at 511 either. So anytime we're up on high, I buy puts, and and this is specifically for next Friday. And we talk about this. We talk about it in the market briefs all the time. So
right, and I don't disagree with that. Anyways,
well, how about you? Do you think we start going down, straight down, and it never comes back up? Do you think this is the roll right here?
No, I don't know. I don't think this is the roll. I would honestly be waiting for a confirmation for this to be a roll.
I think whenever I'm down here buying shit, I get a lot of grief. Like, I think that's a very common thing. People are like, yeah, we're blooding right now, and I don't see a lot of people trying to long. And then when I think we're on highs, I get a lot of chatter about how bullish everybody is. And then we roll down for a dip buy. So I'd always prefer to be a buyer when we're doom and glooming it. Never when we're stoked. I mean, you can stay long if we keep pumping up and stuff like that on a higher time frame, but you got to buy the doom and not the happy.
Right. So here's another thing to kind of contemplate, Cap. We are at 512.21 right now, and the daily trigger is down at like 504.50. Let's just call it that.
So let me see if I can switch over here. Go back to the main screen. So I've got right here, this is the target for down below here, right? This is that green box, and we're there right now. I got the target. Looks like I could be a little bit long or a little bit deeper than I want to be, but 511.50 is what I've got. And this has been drawn in since earlier today, right? That's the reversal. You can actually see it right here. Nothing's changed. I drew this for you earlier. I come up here and I told you to be afraid of the sell down on the hourly trigger. So we did sell down, right? Yep. Earlier in the conversation here, I said to you, always be afraid of the hourly trigger when you're below it. And that's what we did, right? Come straight back down, bloodbath it down here. I started buying calls right inside of here somewhere. No, I think I bought right here, and I bought some calls right here. First set of calls I bought right there. And this is for a 0 date squeeze into the bell, right? These are dead, or not dead yet. It's still 339. And then I bought some 420s right here for tomorrow. 520s, excuse me, for tomorrow for expiry on Friday. And those were dirt cheap too. Like, hey, kitty. So like 20-cent fucking 420s for tomorrow, done.
Yeah.
Just straight done.
Right.
Done. Same as buying 10-cent puts on a high. Done. Right. Easy. No brainer trade. Let them burn.
Right. So, Cap.
Sorry, let me switch back in. Sorry, brothers.
No, it's fine. You're fine this way too. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm not going to try and get bearish till the daily trigger is broken.
That's right. Tell them again.
Why would I get bearish? Why would I get bearish? This is a dip buy till then.
You need the daily trigger broken and then the rejection of it, right?
Right. You've broken, come back up, and then flush down, right? That's telling me to get up. And that's also around like the 50-50 SPX area.
Where's that at right now?
504.43.
Yeah, so bulls got to hold 504, right? And they can't reject it. If they do, doom and gloom. Like get your helmets on.
Yeah. So till then,
Hi.
You know, and if you really think about it, it's only like less than 1.5% away from where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
1.5% is nothing.
It's nothing, dude.
Like we're up how many percent since the year opening? So it's just it's not doom and gloom. If your port is feeling doom and gloom right now, means you're over leveraged. So,
They really shouldn't. We had 2 banging trades, and then today we were looking for a dip buy in the hourly trigger, and it didn't hold. But even saying it didn't hold, even saying that it didn't hold, they should be up quite a bit. Whenever I do whenever I check people's trades, what I find always is, I made 1,000%. I went all in, and I made 1,000%. Okay, what'd you do your second trade? I doubled down. You go, what'd you do? What? I doubled down. I'm like, what are you doing doubling down?
martingaling works till it doesn't, and then when
Right?
it doesn't, you have actually blown up your account. So
Well, how about this? How many accounts have you blown up?
me,
Yeah.
I have blown up one gamble folio.
Or how about this? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not account. I don't mean account like like I blew up my wealth or anything. Like, have you ever like defined, I'm going to trade with this 5,000 or this 25,000 or this
Yeah, yeah.
50,000 and blown that start out?
Yeah.
Or do you just add to it when you need to?
So I have blown my Robinhood gamble folio up once.
What happened?
Yeah.
Tell us the story.
Oh man. Um,
Let's hear it.
uh,
I've done it, dude. I've blown up accounts multiple
yeah,
times.
so I had put in $10,000. I had gotten it up a fair bit. I'd taken some money out, and then I ended up basically getting on the wrong side of an ER trade that basically took me down from about $25,000 positive to down to $2,000
Oh,
because I was overcommitted. I was like, this is a sure thing, but it's a gamble folio, right?
was it all at once? Like you woke up and it was there, or were you just staring at it for like 2 weeks as it happened?
I stared at it for 2 days as it happened.
I've been there too.
And so I'm being honest here. Like that's the lesson you learn, right?
Heck
And then
yeah,
what did I
dude.
do? I basically I didn't let the position net out to zero. I just sold it, and then I walked away for 3 days from the market. I just walked away. I was like, well, if I made such a big decision that went against me, it's going to be in my head. I'm going to go on a little vacation. And I drove down to Traverse City up in Michigan. If you guys are from Michigan, you know, it's like a beautiful beach town. And I went up there and I, just had a good time. Drank a
Torch
lot of
Lake,
beer,
baby.
and came back, put in another couple of thousand back into the account, got it up to like about 5,000, and then I got it up to 25K in like a couple of months. It wasn't hard. You just kind of like it happens. That's a tuition I paid. Now what do? I don't play heavy ERs anymore. You guys have seen me take ER plays on air before, and I end up
I hate ER
usually
plays, man.
they're binary plays. So either like if it's worth it for me to like kind of sell volatility and buy volatility later on, like if I'm doing like I started doing calendars a lot more, or I started taking like smaller positions, knowing that hey, if this like only like 3 to 10 calls, only knowing that if that goes against me, it's not going to blow up my account. And that was the lesson I learned, that there's no such thing as a sure thing. The company, I won't say what it was, they beat everything. They beat everything.
I'm going to interrupt here briefly with you for just one moment. Okay, so let me go to the main. Oh, no, let's go to the trigger screen. Okay, let's take a look here. So I want to take a quick look because you're going to get a market brief tonight from me. Any of you that know about the market briefs that we do here at nighttime, they're quite consistent in their results. And you will get an actual market brief tonight for tomorrow. I'm going to do my best to get it out to you at around 8 or 9 o'clock if possible. But for tomorrow, a preliminary market brief. I'm going to draw it out for you right now. You ready for it? You guys are going to be shocked. You ready? Right there. That's basically your market brief for tomorrow. I will say this, between now and 9 o'clock tonight, if I see any rejection above on the hourly trigger, which I don't think I'm gonna. You see how it's curling up? But if I see any of this between 8 and 9 o'clock, I'm going to be looking for this as a target for tomorrow. Okay, so my personal, where you'll see my market brief. You see that? Do you guys see? You guys don't see it, do you? See that turning up right now on that hourly trigger? Let me show it to you better. See that turning up? So for tomorrow, I know this is going to sound crazy to you. If you are a supporter or pro trader, though, you already know that those market briefs are pretty spot on. So a very high rate. So tomorrow, price targets, 520, actual 520 on Friday. I know that it's OPEX. I know that you guys think they're going to park the bus here. I'm looking for 520 into OPEX on Friday right here. The only thing that would change my mind on that would be if between now and any time in the middle of the night here, if I see any kind of nonsense like this, we start heading lower. That would be cause for concern for me. And the really scary part here is that the target to the downside is about 5,000. Or so 5,000. I'm going to get really bearish here into tomorrow. So right up in here. That's 504. I'm going to assume here that this is, I'm doing some high math here without looking at SPX, but I'm going to assume this is about 5,000 down here. So a big bloodbath tomorrow into OPEX. If we cannot get above 515.67, I'll monitor it. But my preliminary thoughts here is that we're going to continue higher. I'm going to stick with all this stuff right here. Demand, demand, demand. Push it up into supply. Demand, demand, demand. Push it up into supply. Demand, demand, demand. Push it up into supply. And we do not have a new low as a matter of fact. There's no new low. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and sure than shit, higher low. No new low on Thursday. You can see it right here. I can actually draw this for you right now. If you guys want to see it, you guys get these every night from me. You ready for it? I'll draw it right here for you. This is going to go green. Actually, I'll draw it better for you. Hold on here. Easy, Stevie. Right there. Come back down right there. Right there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
IWM is below its daily trigger right now.
So right there for tomorrow. Somewhere in there. It's kind of this time. You guys don't. You guys. This is what I do at nighttime. Like sitting there going, yeah, it's about there. It's right about there.
Oh man, that's gonna frustrate so many people tomorrow.
I think it's still bullish.
I think so too.
Yep.
The thing is like Dixie, where I like for the reason I pointed that out, I think that is where it has stalled before, and
Yeah.
it's kind of rounding out today too. This, as you said, like the morning expiration tomorrow is gonna like change some things, but the only downside, like mechanical thing I can think of right now is the collar. We're only 2 weeks away from the expiry and roll of the collar, and
Yeah, they bled us down into that collar.
yeah, so they brought us right down there, right? Like, where's the collar at 5105? So
It's actually higher right there.
yeah, okay, yeah. So yeah, that.
There you go. Take a snap of that if you want. If you want to take a snap of that at home, this I will make a change. I'll do it. I'll do an update up here. Right there. You might get one more down here. One more downside right there, possibly. Something like that. Sorry, it's like really fast. I'm trying to do this really fast. All right, we'll get back to you really quick.
Oh no, you're okay. Here's the other thing I'm like looking at, which is.
Do you think we sell down into the collar, or do you think that we're so far gone that it's not going to turn into a tractor beam?
To be honest, I think there's a good opportunity to come back down into the collar and actually like sink into it before we bounce again.
Yep.
There's a good opportunity for that. You have to admit that it's not just JPM that does this collar, right? There's a lot of hangers on.
Yeah, there are, dude.
There are people that do the same trade, and the closer we are, the stronger to expiry. The closer we are, the closer we get to expiry, and the closer we are to the strike, the stronger that magnet becomes. So that's what I'm mostly concerned about towards the downside, because I think I forget which exact number it is sitting at right now. So I'll have to look that up. I think.
Here, you want me to show it to you?
Yeah, sure, please. That would be if you have it handy.
Heck yeah, I got it handy. I got you covered. Oh, dude, this thing, dude, check this out. I gotta show you this because I've got it sitting on here. What do I got here? Trigger screen.
So you might want to, trigger screen.
So I've got this. I drew this for myself here a few weeks ago.
Nice.
You like that?
Yes.
And then this is there's the this 5200, and this is where we get very this is where we really start getting gnarly down here. Like that's doom right there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, for a lot of portfolios, yes, that's going to be doom.
And we just keep grinding higher and higher and higher up here.
Yeah.
And there's 5320 up there.
Right. And so
like blast up, wake up on Monday, wham.
Yeah.
Pop that fucking, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
why don't you talk about it? I'll be quiet here. You start talking about this collar.
Yeah, so the line is the collar, right? The gold line.
The gold line 5015.
Yeah. So if that's the collar, 5015, that corresponds to about 500 and 500.80 on SPY. So that would be like your downward target, which is if we go into, which is below the daily trigger, which is a break of the daily trigger. That's what that is. And if we get down below the daily trigger, below that particular strike, then we're gonna. This bringing us down. It's bringing us down to the 490s. Easy.
So what strike you're saying if we get below what?
If we get below 504.43, and we are close to so the 504.43 is about 5,050 on SPX. If we go down another 35 points below that, and we breach the sold calls of the collar, we don't have enough time towards the end of the month to pop out of that. They're going to sell it because it's just going to be too much short gamma.
Go ahead, continue.
So I think then the bottom of that megaphone, which you have around 490 or like 4,900 SPX, that comes into play like almost immediately as soon as that collar is broken. As soon as we get back under the collar, like look, last quarter we popped the collar. It was a rare event.
It's very rare. It's like 1 out of 9 or 10 times. It's not that common. This is what he's talking about right here. We popped the collar, got above it, right? Started cranking, and we kept cranking.
Right. And so again, now on this quarter, we've popped the collar again, but it's been a lot more volatile. But we kind of expect that with all-time highs, right?
Yeah, expect it. Absolutely.
Continued all-time highs come with volatility.
It's very scary to trade all-time highs for people.
Exactly. Or because we're at all-time highs, everybody's looking for a reason to sell. Right? So that's why volatility picks up, because swings get wilder the closer you get to all-time highs and continue making all-time highs. And then we're not going to continue going up in a straight line, right? We will have a correction because markets don't go up and constantly. And topping out is a process. I don't think we're done topping out yet.
Well, so that's a good point. And that's a very good point. And the reason, to your point, Trader podcast. The reason I drew this expanding megaphone or wedge or whatever, the whole reason I drew this was because when you get into late stage bull runs, right? I don't mean late stage in terms of I don't mean late stage in terms of like this is it, but we have about a year left. So I'm looking for a more broad-based rally. This is June, and this is July. Let's go over to this one right here. Here's December right here, right? December, March, and all that kind of stuff. And you see this straight vertical right here of price. I doubt we get that. I think we begin to start, having more, range, but more even higher range as well. And then you start to see that 6,000. So here, let me. This is a little upset or a little crazy here, but here's 596. It's like somewhere in here, right there. So you figure to get there, right? You come through your seasonal low, come up for your summer high, come back down, come screaming up here, right? Then you get your September low, and then you get your blast up into end of year. Just something like that, right? You see it? Whoop, down just like that, up like that, and then a reach for the sky. Now, this part of that trade could come in March, like this last leg where you get up to that 6,000. Could be more like subtle if you have a little bit more or less volatility, but a broad-based rally, right? Bears are making money, bulls are making money, and you're heading up to that 6,000. I've got about 6,000 into either December or March. I think it's March because of the election volatility. Somewhere in there, a little bit more broad-based rally. Do you see that? A little bit of expansion in price, up and down. And this looks like that late stage of this bull run for me, at least. And what's crazy is that's how you begin to see the roll come, right? Unless you have like a COVID or a war or something like that. Or like a tech bubble or whatever, you're going to be looking for a more rounded, high and then down again. And you come back down there and start testing that 5,000 again. This could take some time, right? So you start seeing that let's scroll out a little bit, right?
Yeah, we could be.
You're talking about 2-3 years from now is down that way, right? So,
I mean, we'll come and test it. I don't think we're going to go test COVID lows again.
No, we're coming back for 5,000, I think. Maybe 4,500.
We're not going to October lows of 2022 either. We're not going on.
There's support right there, right? This is support.
Yeah, there's people in the market, there's money in the market that will buy in again if we get too low. And I completely agree with you, man. Like this doesn't seem like the wet dream every bear has. I don't think that's gonna play out.
Yeah, I think you see. I think this has gone down
Did they
here.
just
So
park us at 51.50 again?
what's that?
Did this seriously just park us at 51.50 into close?
That's one more minute left, but look at this. Even if you come back down here, right? Whoop! You're still talking about this. It's like broad-based rally, boom, squeeze up there. So, like.
Yeah,
I guess if you're a crash guy, but people have been crash guys forever. So
I don't know, man. It's just engagement. They don't have money in the market.
Oh, what's going on over here? What's happening right here, right now, into the close? Let me check my fucking let me check my calls right now and see how we're doing. Oh, what's that? Where are we at right now? Oh, what's that? Oh, we were just dooming and glooming it up, weren't we?
Yep.
Doom.
Right at yesterday's low is where they parked us, man. Right at yesterday's low at cash.
I want to show you guys one more thing here, okay? This is you might like seeing this too. This is SPX CTAs. Come on, baby, give me the CTAs. Oh, it's down Oh, there it is. I want to show you guys this. This is SPX CTA positioning. What can you take away from this? What do you see here? Does anybody out there know? Let me show you guys something, okay?
Do you want me to answer or?
No, I already know that you know. I'm talking about the people out there. So watch this. Right about there, right? We know right now that this is where CTAs become sellers, don't we? We dip down, and what is here? Buyers, right? We know right now those are buyers. CTAs are buyers, right? And this is right around when? Right around January 9th. January 9th. What was the price of SPY on January 9th? How about that, Trader Podcast?
19th. I'll look that up for you right now.
What was the price of SPOOs on January 9th?
On January 9th, it's January 19th, if I'm reading that chart.
Let me read that again. Sorry, no, it's January 9th.
All right, so January 9th,
They started accumulating again.
Yeah, so we were around 470.
470. And what else can we tell here? They were buyers again, weren't they? In February. We had a little bit of a pullback here. You see that? Pulling back now. And we are lower than this buy. So they're no longer buyers right now, are they? We had a little dip right here, didn't we? So below, currently, I would say, what was the price on, what was the price here on February 27th?
February 27th?
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second. February 27th, this bar right here.
No, scratch that. Hold on. February 8th. February 8th. So are they net sellers or net buyers right now? They look like they're kind of hanging out, don't they?
Yeah, they're just hanging out, man.
This looks like hanging out to me. And I would really like to see this low get broken here, wouldn't you?
Yep. That's around 500, 499 level.
This is when things get nasty, don't they? This was
looking at this daily candle.
August.
Bearish candle.
August 1st of 2023 into October 12th of 2023. What happened? So if we see this turn down, what do you do if you see this? Run, right?
Whoa. Cap, MOC imbalance was 5 billion to the buy side.
Woo!
That's your CTAs buying.
Woo!
Because that's not retail traders, that's not institutions putting in money. That's your algorithmic buyers coming in.
You guys want to see the chart again for tomorrow? 404 right now, still squeezing in the after hours. You guys want to see it right here?
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, I'll put it up. It's on the screen right here. Still buying in the after hours right now. CaptainJimJames is down here buying dips, buying dips, buying dips. And you guys are telling me crash tomorrow, right? Now we do have to see what this is right here.
There's some bears in there that we're talking about in the chat. They were talking about a roll to 49.50. It's my friend Turkey McNugget.
I like Turkey. I like he's super bear. I love Turkey.
From before your Discord, your Discord and channel.
Oh, look at those sellers, dude, up top. They're leaving.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we are.
I see your messages now, Turkey. I was missing them earlier. I didn't see any of your messages that you put out there in stream today. Ask some questions for Trader Podcast, and I'll ask him.
Oh, I can read it.
You can read them?
Yeah.
David, what's going on, brother? The boys came in, brother. Take it easy, David. Turkey's saying he bailed on all of his bear hopes when we broke back through 1250.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you were long, David? I love you, brother. I fucking
Yeah,
love you, David.
David probably saw that liquidation break at 336, and he was like, "Yep, this is my buy right here," and he probably slammed it, didn't you, David? If you
Yeah, he was accumulating. I would assume that he's like, I'm going to add a little bit here and a little bit more here. I'm going to add a little bit more down here.
David was probably like looking at his like levels from from
He took the sweep too. He's like, I grabbed the sweep. Nice.
yeah, nice.
I mean, look at this right here, David. That was almost a perfect tick, dude. Like from earlier, I had this. Dude, look at that's almost a perfect fucking tick. That I deleted it. I think I deleted it. That downside target was almost a perfect fucking tick, man.
Yeah, this was also the sell today on SPY was more than
David.
you would
Sorry.
expect.
Go on. I'm sorry to interrupt. Continue.
Oh no, it was just the sell today on SPY was more than you would expect on a 60-day look back, just statistically, because that's what my bearish target pivot is.
Dude, look at that volume in there.
Yeah, look at that volume at the end.
Oh yeah.
And that second to last 5-minute candle.
Dude, look at that thing. Same thing yesterday.
Yeah, that's CTA is buying, man. That's what the 5 billion MOC is.
You're buying the fuck out of it, dude.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we want to long here. We got everything out of the way. We now tomorrow the thing is we've got University of Michigan's sentiment.
Yeah, we got that's the biggest thing tomorrow, right? Michigan sentiment at 10.
Yep.
Dude, like it's weird because I wasn't reading the chat earlier because it wasn't on the screen, but it's weird when you hear like everyone's bared the fuck up, everyone's bulled the fuck up, everybody's bared the fuck up, everybody's bulled the fuck up, and I feel bad for people because I mean, it's not everybody, but I've realized that some people are getting ripped and destroyed, right? We're already at the bottom.
Dude, the real traders are not putting their trades on Twitter for free for everybody to see.
No, dude. Even the market the market briefs that we do, I would never like. I want to start posting some of it, but I don't want to put it out there, on public so much. I've been asked to do that. I don't know if I want to do the whole thing or. Someone recommended that I do it late, not early. I don't want to get shit on. And if it goes, it's weird. Like,
No,
let's say you do like 5 or 10. Let's say you do 7 great briefs, and you have 3 bad ones. Someone's gonna be like, "Lo, you got one wrong over there. That guy's an idiot." I don't know. I don't want to get devolve into that, I guess.
And that is the problem of running a service, right? Like people will be like, you gotta show me like 100% gains all the time, and you gotta show me bangers like every single day, right?
David's saying the same thing. He's like, I just post in the Discord, and the reason you do that too is because everybody's got skin in the game, right? People care if you lose. People, they care about you. They want to see you win. But on like Twitter, man, Twitter's a fucking hellhole.
Yeah, no, I don't. If you've noticed, I never call a trade.
520, David. I'm holding those bad boys to the bitter end tomorrow. I ain't selling those. Those bad boys stay on, bro.
Yeah, I got 25 of those too. I closed for 5 cents a piece. So let's ride, I guess.
Oh, I'm missing something here.
I'll put $125 on it. Yeah, it's I mean, if we pump, like even if we open up close.
We're at 514, dude. We just gotta go another fucking 40, or another 50 points, and we're good to go. So.
Yeah. That's less than 1%. Less than 1%, man.
Yeah, David, I took a bunch of 5 cent. I got them for 6 cents, man. I got them for 6 cents and started racking them up. 6 cents, dude. I got 520s for 6 cents.
That's pretty funny.
David's got them at 5 cents.
Yeah. I don't know. So let's see. NVIDIA did not have a good day. It's kind of sad. But feel comfortable if you want to like swing it into next week.
Say again?
NVIDIA did not have a good day, but I still feel, I mean, I have shares.
Yeah, I think it looks great, man.
Yeah.
I'm the inverse of this shit. I love pullbacks.
Yeah. It's come down to, it closed above 875, and that's what I was kind of really hoping for. It's a nice psychological level. And, this is what we traded like 3 days ago. So it's not even a big deal. The hourly velocity was pretty low to end the day.
I like that, dude. That looks good too.
Yeah,
How's the daily velo looking on it? Is it really maxed out, or is it starting to roll yet?
Yeah,
That's
it's
not.
starting to roll.
Well,
That's not good.
the weekly is in your favor. The daily is a little sketchy.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a little bit of
That's pretty
upside.
bad. The daily coming down like that, it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean it won't come back up. See, that weekly velocity is still holding you up.
yeah.
So
It's
I
a
think you might get one more pump on the daily until you max out on the weekly. Looking at them together, right? So you might get like one more pump.
That's kind of what I want, so I can sell some year-long out call.
When's the 19th? Or is that next Thursday or no?
No, that's next Monday is the 18th, and 19th is Tuesday.
Oh shit, that soon?
Yeah.
I'd be
That's
interested
kind
in
of-
buying Nvidia for that conference like Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm kind of hoping that. So this is the daily, right?
Yeah, that's where it is, dude. You see it, like that blood shot down and then straight up.
Yeah. So I'm okay with Nvidia being where it is. It closed above 875. That's what I wanted. And if it had started to break down a lot below 875, excuse my charts because they're not as pretty as everybody else.
You got nice charts, dude. I like your charts.
But yeah, no, I'm just kind of looking for. I forget. We drew this together. Like I think it was like on an hourly or something.
Yeah, it was on a different time frame.
Yeah, I think this is where it was.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah.
That's sexy charts, bro.
Let me turn the pivots off. And so yeah, we're kind of, looking to bounce a little bit. We'll fill that up, and maybe 80% is the rule, right? So sometime on Tuesday we get a breakup. Hopefully, that's what we get.
It'd be nice to see a Monday dip on NVDA and then a turnaround to blast north, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm in shares. I'm not. I don't have any. I do not have any options on it right now. So,
When do you think, outside of seasonal weakness or correction, when do you think the run for NVDA is over? You think it's like, because I look at Tesla and when they started running, it didn't stop.
Yeah, that's where I am, man. I'm a big Nvidia. I mean, I've never been a Tesla fanboy, but I'm a big Nvidia fanboy, and I honestly think it's nowhere close to tapping out.
So what I think about is when Tesla was that stock or Apple was that stock, I always think about people saying $1,000 done. And I'm like, I don't think so. Plus you got the stock split talk and SMCI stock split stock or talk. And then I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, once Tesla started running, Apple started running, it just didn't fucking stop, right? It just kept going and going and going. Its growth story was for a long time. Dude, Tesla's a little bit shorter, but.
So it's about, it used to be about what share of the pie you're going to get. NVIDIA and with generative AI and AI in general. I know there's people that are like, it's not AI. Yeah, they're not. But at this point, you can call it AI. Anything that's sufficiently advanced, you can just like in common parlance call it AI. Those technologies are here to stay. And they're going to be, they've opened up this whole new pie that they have the biggest share out of. And that pie is only going to get bigger. We might have other issues down the line as to what's going to happen with workers. We're going to have good old American Schumpeterian creative destruction is what we're going to get in this sector, and I think NVIDIA is the company for that. I really do believe that, and that's why I'm not terribly worried about. I'm not terribly worried about if it's going to dump anytime soon. And what's going to be the canary in the coal mine for me to like start thinking about getting out is after they announce a stock split.
Yes, or I think when they announce it, you're going to get another rip until that stock split takes effect.
Exactly, and that's when I would be looking to getting out. And the thing is, I remember this. I have looked at NVIDIA's chart so much. NVIDIA's had two 80% drawdowns in its history. 80% drawdown from 1,000 is $200.
What's a share of Apple cost right now? An original one. $26,000, I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it's roughly in there.
So,
And how many splits have they had now? 2 or 1 NVDA?
oh, they've had a lot. Let's go max.
Have they really? I thought they only had a couple of them.
No, they've had like 3 or 4 of them, man.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so Nvidia, since March 9th,
Let me look it up, see what it is.
it was like if you bought it at IPO, the equivalent, it would be the
Oh, yeah.
45 cents.
I remember that. That was crazy.
I mean, after all,
I did look at that. How many stock splits? Maybe I am wrong. I want to know what it's worth right now with that. Oh, they've had 5. That's a lot, actually.
Yeah, and it keeps going up.
That's actually a lot.
Yeah. So, Cap, if we have a drawdown, right, on Nvidia, whenever that happens, we're going to come back for that quarterly trigger.
Yes, they are.
So, wherever that is, that's where you aim for. That's where you kind of call up your broker and be like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna take a 100% margin against everything, and I want to put it in Nvidia shorts when that starts happening." Or conversely, 'cause I actually don't do that. I don't like shorting things because I'm not smart enough to be a bear.
Me neither. I'm stupid, dude.
In my life, so
I'm a bull.
yeah, I will just wait till where the quarterly trigger is and just be like, and then call up my broker and be like, okay, I'm going full margin and I'm buying NVDL at this point, and just ride the leverage on the shares up. So, anyways, I think this run has a lot more room to go. I think targets, especially like things like this, you can't put an upside target because it's all conjecture. But the big psychological thing is 1,000, and after 1,000 is 1,500.
Okay, so if they sell 1,000, what's the pullback to?
If they sell 1,000, then you're looking for a quarterly, like an 80%.
Or do you think they trade like 1,250 and then pull back to 1,000 to hold it?
If to hold it, yeah.
Well, the reason I'm asking, like, okay, I'm not setting you up or anything, but one of the tickers that I really appreciate is Amazon.
Yeah.
So they would like make a leg up and then have a consolidation phase, then a leg up, then a consolidation phase, then a leg up. I'm wondering if that, like, if you're gonna go to 1,000, I always like in my head, I'm scratching my head going, if we're gonna drive it up to $1,000, you would go above it and then consolidate at 1,000 to trade 500 or something, right? Or are you consolidating at 800 to trade 1,500? I don't know.
I would honestly like if they go to, let's say, 1,250 and they bring it back to 1,000 and they hold 1,000, then I would be like, okay, dude, that's a 20% correction right there.
Yeah.
And this is chance for me to go long again.
I mean, they're doing it with SPOOs right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, when we like looked at it, on SPX, I was like, on SPY, I was like, dude, like 505, that's healthy. Let's just go to 505. That's the daily trigger. Like, I'll be okay with it. It's 1% down from where we were at that point.
I do think we spend a lot of time around here. I think like this 5,000, we're gonna be here for a while. Not a while, but there's going to be a month or 2 or 3 hanging around here and then making sure that that's where we're going. But once we know that we're on 5,000, we're going to run.
Right. You know what? This reminds me, I need to like run my scripts for the digest that if people are here listening, I do post the daily digest that I generate with like overlays and, today's highs, lows, and everything in the trigger Discord. I've been putting them in the general chat. I will be starting to put them starting next week in the pro traders chat. So I'll occasionally put 1 or 2 plots in the.
Did you get a channel yet or no?
No, I don't have a channel yet. That's okay. We're just gonna put it in the pro traders chat. People.
Okay, I was gonna get you your own channel and get you for like a channel for pro traders, and I was gonna get you a web page too. I just haven't gotten to it. Been slammed.
Dude, you've been busy. I get it. So, anyways, I the overlay that I generated this morning. Let me see if I can pull that up on my screen. Just bear with me a second.
I'm watching. I need a beer, man. You want a beer? You
No,
drink
I
beer?
gotta do stuff. Yeah, I love beer. Actually, I think Scotch more, but
You do?
oh,
Hold on
yeah,
a second. Let me grab. I need a beer. I haven't had a fucking beer, dude. In like, what day is it? I need a beer. It's Beer Thursday. Give me
I got,
2
I got,
seconds.
I got things
Talking to
going
these
on
guys. I'll
this
be right back.
evening. I
You got scotch? Grab a scotch.
no, I got things going on at like 5 o'clock.
Oh,
So
you do? Yeah, you can't.
yeah, so I can't really have any alcohol right now. But Firefox.
Hold on 1 second here. I'm gonna grab a beer.
All right, can you guys see my screen? So this was the overlay that I had generated earlier in the day. The new overlay, I will generate that a little later. I'm collecting all the data right now for like all the other plots that I generate. Um,
I'm back.
but so yeah, what I have is the overlay on the screen. And I was just
Oh,
talking
nice.
about how, and this is from earlier in the day. It's not updated. The updated one, I'm getting all the data for all the other plots. It'll generate this after all the data is collected. It takes about 20-25 minutes for all that to happen. But what I want to like point out is that the red line is trending down. The blue line, which was like my squeeze line, it didn't happen and it's trending down, but it picks back up. We were supposed to get like a nice big healthy dip to like
That's right.
again. And the only thing that's kind of like keeps going up is this pink line, which is 1954. It is the weakest correlation as of this moment, and this 1995 line, which is kind of like, oh, we're just gonna like have dips and keep going
I
up.
like that pink line, man. That's what I'm looking at. Like that looks like that explosive. That pink line looks like what year is that?
1954.
I love that time period.
Yeah. So though, here's the thing. That's why like I generate this. It adjusts automatically. It
Do you have
has like a correlation.
1995 to 1999?
I do have 1995. It's the green line.
When? Oh yeah, right there.
Right there, right? It's kind of like
I think we're in like 98, 99 right now, or 97, 99. But from 90, or I think we're in a compressed I would love to see 95
yes.
to 99 compressed on this chart, but ended in March, and see what it looks like.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to like work on that. But what this chart is telling us that we are in the starting phases of the dot-com bubble.
That we are.
From the because this line it starts on January 19th, 1995.
Yep.
And our current data window starts from October 19th, 2023. So
the only thing that I would say to you would be check out the PE ratio in S&P 500. We've broken above the PE ratio of 87, and we're now tracking the new PE, or the next highest PE ratio, of 1995 to 1999.
yeah.
But we're halfway through it in PE ratio at this point. That's my only fear here.
Yeah, but see, here's the other thing too, Cap. And remember, we pumped $6 trillion into the economy,
dude,
into the stock market, right?
We got to talk about that, dude.
So think about that. The PE ratios can get inflated.
Oh no, this is we're in the next stage of inflation right now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is PE ratios can get inflated past the dot-com bubble. That's not the bar. Because at that time, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, at that time we had interest rates about the same as they were right now.
Dude, do you remember? Dude, do you remember when people were on FinTwit and they're like, you need to have a PE ratio of like 10 or 12. I was like, when I'm FinTwit, I'm like, we are fucking at 12. We're at the fucking slope that everybody's been buying since 1978.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you want? I'm like, sorry for swearing on stream, but
I saw that chart. You posted it a little while back, which was like the PE ratios in like different windows. And
I posted it in October.
Yeah.
Got like 1,000 likes. I'm like, we are here right now. We literally at the bounce line right now, and McGillicuddy, I'm not McGillicuddy. What's his name? What's his name again?
McGillicuddy?
Yeah, McGillicuddy. It's like it needs to come down, and I'm like, dude, you've been buying that shit since you were fucking 25. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Like now you're an old man. You don't need it anymore.
it's kind of funny because Nomura boys are like super smart. So,
I think he was
yeah,
just begging for his bonds to print. To be honest with you.
yeah, that's true. They did have a bond position. But anyways, this brown line is 2010s, by the way.
Dude, we gotta talk to Volwiz because he was tracking this week that QE has already started. They're already pouring money into the system and just not telling anybody.
Yeah, which is possible because
And then
I
he
don't
made the
look at
posit that
liquidity.
Jerome is not going to get hawkish at this meeting. He said he like came back and said this is every time he's gotten hawkish, and it's so rare to find a hawkish Jerome.
Yeah,
He gets hawkish, but it's so rare. He was late the last time too, right? He let the market run hot into 2021.
yeah. Then he came and bitch slapped them in
Yeah.
Jackson Hole. So
He even gave a warning, nice warning before we got there. Like,
yeah, that's the thing, and this is why like there's bears out there that I've read on Twitter and in my subreddit where they're like, you know, Jerome's gonna have to hike, and I was like, are you kidding me? He's not gonna come out and talk about hikes at FOMC. They would float that idea. They will call Nikki Leaks or something and kind of be like, hey,
yeah, they would push the narrative that maybe the Fed will become adversarial again, right?
No, dude, like
I'm saying that you would hear that from like the Washington Post first before.
yeah, exactly. You would get it from Nick Timiraos.
Yeah, Nick would come out and say, like the Fed looks like it's going to become more adversarial. That's the Fed speaking, right? Fucking market would drop 100 points that day just on that fucking article, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he usually posts them at between 8:30 and 8:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
So you'd be like sitting there with your retail bags, and your options. You're like, oh shit, what's happened, right? So
Nick stands up for a question. Jerome gives a little smile at him.
Yeah, saying thank you for the layup. That's the thing. It's like I don't get it, man. Like it really irritates me. Doomer bears really irritate me, especially when they take things out of context and they keep talking about all these old models of economics.
That's true too, right? That is, I'm with you on that for sure.
Work anymore.
They don't work, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, as much as modern monetary theory has been maligned in the last like couple of years since COVID, and
it's a cult of economics too, right? That they all prescribe to. All those people graduated together, wrote books together, didn't they?
Yeah, they're all from the Austrian School of Economics.
Yep.
Which is the or Keynesian, and it's like the ultimate problem with all those things is that they say that taxes pay for the government. And modern monetary theory says that taxes are just a way to suck out liquidity from the system. In a country like the US or the UK, which have sovereign global reserve currencies, they can print as much as they want as long as the economy can absorb it. The issue is we gave too much money, and that went into the wrong sectors where there was not enough capacity. We cannot build homes as fast as people wanted to buy them during COVID.
We had a deficit going into 08. Then we added to the deficit. We had a deficit going into 08. Then we created even more deficit after 08.
Then we rallied. And that's what I'm trying to say. Deficits don't matter for America or for the UK. They don't, because as long as we have enough turnover of money, you must have heard this said that the American consumer is the one that makes the world economy go, right? It is so true, because what that is talking about is a turnover of money in the hands of the people and within the economy. And as long as that keeps going in our economy, the deficit does not matter. How much money we print does not matter. That's my honest opinion. And that's coming from, reading a lot of economics papers and actually reading these books on modern monetary theory and these papers on modern monetary theory, and like looking at the econometrics behind how they're testing all of this stuff. This is what I feel, and it's gotten maligned.
And we don't save as a culture, do we? Your culture that you come from saves, right?
Well, Yeah.
You
And
keep
it's
familial wealth, don't you, or no? Or your
yes.
father's father,
Mm,
father's father, father?
yeah. I mean,
What's your what's
I'd
your
rather not talk about that, Cap, on
okay?
stream. We can have that conversation in
All
private.
right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, Americans don't do that. Is my point. If American culture is that my kids don't take care of me, you know, as a standard, right? Or not, or son. So I shouldn't say it. And like an American college. So my wife is from Japan, right?
Right.
And your children take care of you in Japan,
Right.
and it's a
And
reverse here in the United States, right?
yeah, well, they were also in Japan. They don't kick their kid out after 18,
No, they don't.
right?
They
So
don't
it's
at
kind of
all.
it kind of cuts both ways. Um, so, anyways, my
So,
my thoughts around modern monetary theory are primarily that the reason it appears to have failed during
mhm.
COVID is actually that the money ended up going into sectors that could not absorb all that money. Like if it had gone into like the food
Oh,
industry, right, it would have been fine. But it went into like what people considered as good investments, which is like owning a home, and we had zero interest rates. So, people got cheap homes and we couldn't build them fast enough, and prices just kept going up, and everybody kept buying it because they had the cash, or they thought they had the ability. So the other thing what happened is now those people that are sitting in 30-year mortgages at like 3%, under 3%, they're like, we're not going to get rid of this house, we're not getting rid of this mortgage. So we're not going to have a global financial crisis type crash, because that's where all that money is tied up, that came in COVID. So what I'm trying to say is that what you're seeing is that the money that came in went into an industry which could not absorb it. So we got inflation on that side, but the conditions were such that we're not going to get a crash on that side either. Commercial real estate, different animal. Uh, and we can talk about that, but their loans are shorter dated, so yeah, people have to refinance, and that's where the issue comes over there. But yeah,
so look.
I
So
don't
I'm
think.
gonna share this really quick if I can.
Sure, yeah, no, take me off the screen. Like I'm kind of done. I just have stuff up.
So this is a paper that I read just recently. This is the VOX EU CEPR, the intergenerational transmission of wealth in rich countries. And I want to show you guys something here. So this is here's Britain, right? And you can see share of total transfer amount going to each age group. You've got Britain here. You got France with pretty decent generational wealth. But look at the U.S., how low it is. U.S. is one of the lowest places for transfer of generational wealth across all of Europe.
Yeah.
We are like the U.S. is like built. Our whole system is built here for you to, have your shot at making money, but then transferring that wealth to younger generations. So that rotation of cash in your country, right, makes money continue to move around, even though we complain about it in the United States. So if you want to see this, this article that I read, it's called CEPR.org VOXE or / VOXEU. Are you still there? Did I lose you?
No, I'm here. If you can.
Let me transfer over to the main screen.
Yeah, so like everybody can. No, I can see it. If you can just put it on.
Oh yeah, can you see that now?
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see you. So
sorry.
Yeah.
This is the
I'll read that paper. Yeah, I'll read that paper.
the intergenerational transmission of wealth in rich countries, and does wealth get transferred? Does it not get transferred? And then how that impacts money flow, right? And the U.S. has great money flow. Our whole system here is built like it's a horrible system because I disagree with it. Pull out here. It's a horrible system because I disagree with it because I'm getting older, and like if I get sick or something and I lose my insurance, then I'm going to be in trouble, right? I need savings for myself. I stopped working, any of that kind of stuff. But take a look at this intergenerational transmission of wealth in rich countries. It's fascinating to see how money flows within a country. All right, I think that's all I got. Do you want to talk about anything else today or no?
No, I think that is it. Let's hope for a nice big rip tomorrow.
What do you think? What's your call for tomorrow? Are we going up or going down or sideways?
It's OPEX, man. Honestly, if anything,
Just pick. I don't care if you're wrong. I don't. I'll never judge you.
up, up. That's where my bias lies as of right now, especially after a 5 billion buy MOC order. I think it was.
Do you want to tell people what that trade is, real quick?
The
I know it, but not everybody will know it.
The MOC imbalance.
No, the MOC imbalance 5 billion to the buy side trade. What is it?
Okay, so it's basically that.
You want to bring it up, or you want to show it on the screen, maybe?
Sure. Me? No. I actually I don't quite understand what you mean by what the trade is. The trade is we're going up tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said that the New York Fed.
Oh, so that's only
did a white paper that said if you had a 5 billion, so was it buy or sell side?
So it's sell side, and it's about 1 billion. So
okay, so we're behind. So we're in the opposite side of that trade then.
We're in the opposite side, but at the same time, we're sitting in positive gamma. And I've told you this before. The only statistical edge is playing a gap up on a big MOC sell. Or gap up, or like it goes up at some point during the day where you can get out of your calls for money and buy 0.3 delta calls. If the MOC sell is over 3 billion, over 1 billion.
1 billion.
1 billion. If it's on the sell side and it's greater than 1 billion, you buy calls 0.3 delta, buy yourself some time. Those calls will go up and you'll make money.
All right, so let's say over time, if you got a buy side 1 billion or more, it's a gap up.
No, on a sell side.
Sorry, I can't hear you. My headphones.
Sorry, on the sell side is only when the statistical trade plays out. On the other side, it's all noise. If it's a buy side, you could go up, you could go down. It doesn't matter. You have to look at other things too, right? You have to look at positioning and whatnot and see how the trade goes up or down. That's what it is. But only statistical edge is where 19 out of 20 trades that you take on an MOC greater than 1 billion to the sell side ends up as a net positive.
Does it get even higher the more billions you add? If you go 1 billion to 4 billion, 5 billion, or no?
Excellent question. I have found instances where the MOC sell was over 5 billion, and it was the beginning of a bloodbath in the market.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, we're talking about 5-day returns being negative 4%.
Did the white paper have a bell curve associated with the sell side billions, or was it there was a sweet spot, or no?
No, there isn't. That's stuff I followed up on myself.
Interesting.
Yeah,
we should. Go ahead. Sorry.
I should turn that into a white paper instead of just
dude.
Plots and codes on my VS Code. Kind of actually plot that out, and I can always update it now. So
you've got the BGL white paper, right?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
So there's a bunch of guys. There's a couple of guys out there. It's a group of guys out there that do white papers on traders' style of trading or investing, and they back test to see if they statistically have an edge or not. And
and let's see a lot.
So this system has a statistical edge. It's got a 0.69 edge if you follow the trade, but you have to counter trade it. You buy and you actually buy the underlying above the hourly trigger, and you're shorting underneath, and you accumulate every time underlying. You need a lot of money for it, but it works well.
Yeah. So I'd love to read that paper. Anyways, there's a lot of stuff like this. The average retailer does not have the time nor the inclination to read, but there's a lot of alpha that comes out.
I'm gonna get you these guys. I'm gonna get you guys these guys' contact. So if you ever want to do that,
I
know you can write it on your own, but they'll get you some.
If somebody else wants to write the strategy and test it for me, that's great. The thing is, the issue is getting data for the MOCs, and I have a hack for it. What I do is I use Twitter search on Financial Juice, and as I think it lets me go back 2 years. And then what I do is just scrape out of the Twitter search the MOC number, if it was buy side, sell side, and how much it was. And then I can get the rest of the data through Yahoo Finance and just kind of correlate it and take it from there. The real cool way to do it would be if I could get options data and see if
I pay for Tingo and Alpha Vantage.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, man. You want to do it?
yeah.
Dude, I pay for it every month, man. Big money. These guys that are so we're building these tools in the background. We need data for it. Do you want me to see if we can get some data to work on it?
Yeah, and I'll test it, dude. I'll test it. We
Fuck,
can
let's
all
do it,
put on
dude.
the paper or whatnot.
Yeah, totally. I'll look into it tonight. I'll see what I can get so I can get you some access to some data.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
That's cool, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's hella cool.
All
But
right.
it is 4:40. I need to go. I need to be on the road by 5. So it was been great talking to you, man.
Same, dude. Love you.
Yeah, and it's like a Thursday afternoon thing for us. It seems like I've been here last 3 Thursday afternoons.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah, it's good. Usually I can have a beer or have like a drink or something, but today I just can't. So I'm really sorry. I kind of leave you hanging with that.
You know what we should do is this. So springtime's coming, right? I'll let you go. But springtime's coming. You want to get you want to get the families together or something like in summerish?
Yeah.
Like Torch Lake or something like that?
Yeah, that'd be dope.
All right.
Yeah.
I think do your kids like to swim and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. We gotta